Hey, Rat. Or somebody, I think we need to change the title for the live feed.
Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Don't go to big cities from the next 12 months.
Yep.
Is Vegas a big city?
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
as a
Vegas
Jewish
would be a
person?
great place to make an example.
They're gonna do.
I got Ronnie's wedding this weekend.
Suicide bombing.
Just a lot of red flags. That's, I mean,
I'm going to have my head on a swivel. If I see anybody at Ronnie's wedding that looks like they're Hamas, I'm going to tackle them right there.
The human owl.
I'm going to tackle them right there. I mean, I'd hate to. It probably end up being just Stephanie's cousin, you know.
yeah, Ronnie's uncle.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
There we go. We're kicking. The music is kicking in, which is getting me to kick in. Because I need to kick. I need to kick out. Remember Hogan used to say, I need to kick out. I'm in a hole. I kind of feel hole-ish. Did you watch the game last night?
Sure did.
I got to be. And I think you and Rhett won like some money, didn't you?
Yes, we did. $250 on a $10 bet.
How much?
$250.
$250 on a $10 bet.
Yep.
Wow.
And Rhett said he was like one. If his one parlay wouldn't have pushed, you're going to win 1,100. Or you won $250, but I mean, Rhett, didn't you say you're close to winning 1,100?
Yeah, so 2 of the 6 legs of our parlay got turned into a push because we had picked over 4 punts for each team, and they both finished with 4 punts. So it just turned into a 4-leg parlay. I had put in 40 to win 1125, and it ended up, I think it was like 40 to win 250 or whatever Lummy said it was. But we did still technically win, so a win's a win.
Yeah, I mean, $10 into 250. So you guys halvesies on that, or is that your bet?
We each put in our own ticket.
Oh, so your own?
Yeah.
Just it was both the same ticket.
Yeah, we kind of we talked
So you won
about
252, Lummy.
Yes.
I mean as well.
Yep.
250 as well, not 252 specifically.
Yeah, 250.
Tuesday, October 10th, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and today we'll talk a little bit about last night's game. I watched the highlights, and it doesn't look like anytime. I mean, everybody's like, fire Joe Barry. The Packers defense is horrible. Jordan Love sucks. Listen, I'm the most critical guy of all, but I'm watching the highlights, and Jordan Love's really, this is his first year. I think he's got some pretty good form. I think he needs to get in touch with his receivers a little bit better. The second pick wasn't his fault. I haven't seen the third pick yet. I'm watching the highlights, Lummy.
Yeah.
You don't even have to really watch the game. If you just watch the NFL, if you just have a YouTube channel, if you just go to YouTube and watch and go to the NFL Network or what NFL has its own channel, and they give you the highlights. They give me 11-minute and 24-second highlights of the game last night, and you can pretty much you see all the scores and all all the real good first downs and any turnovers and stuff, and you pretty much in 12 minutes can watch the entire game.
It's kind of why, like, during Sunday, I like watching the red zone.
Yeah.
Because it's more of the highlight. A lot of scoring, but they do show a lot of the highlights.
It seems to me on last night's game, and Rhett, did you watch? Well, obviously you had juice on the game, so you watched it. When you got money on the game, you always watch it. But it seems like when the Packers got the ball with that real long pass to Christian Watson, and he got stopped at the 5, and they had to settle for a field goal, that's the pivotal point of the game.
Yeah, that was the first time all night that they decided to take a shot down the field. They tried, and it didn't really work, but that was the first time it opened up for them. I mean, it was 70-something yards for Watson just on that one play.
I know, but then he got stopped at the 5, and if you're an NFL team and you got 1st and 10 at the 5, now the highlights didn't show the sequence of plays. It just showed the third down muffed incomplete pass out of the end zone. So I don't know what they did on 1st and 2nd down, but if you can't get a touchdown from inside the 5 with 1st and goal, not like, but like
right.
you got three shots to make 5 yards, you're pathetic.
And the Raiders gave them an extra penalty at the end of it to bump them up.
You're pathetic. If
even
you
more to 1st and goal. I mean, it would have been a touchdown had they not committed the penalty from Watson, but they did have ample opportunity to punch it in the end zone, and they just couldn't do it.
What was their first play?
Oh, it was a run. I believe it was a run with Dylan.
With Dylan, what?
And he got blowed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Loss or just
like a loss of 2.
Okay, so now you got 1st and 2nd and 7. Would they go on 2nd and 7? Do you remember?
I think they tried to run it again.
Yeah, I think they did too. I think they tried to go up the middle again.
Stuff.
Yep.
And then that's when you saw that incompletion from Love.
Yeah.
On 3rd down.
And I've not quite gotten the second pick. I'm up to the second pick. Right now the highlights are it's 17-13. Raiders are up, and there's like a minute 40 left in the 4th. But so did the Packers get a late drive, Lummy, and is that where Love threw the pick?
Yeah. He really crapped the bed in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I'm not really that. I mean, their defense held. Well, the Raiders aren't really.
They got Jimmy G.
They're not that good. So if you hold them to 17 points, usually if you can hold if a defense can hold a team under 17 points or below, you should win that game.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
especially in the NFL.
Yeah, in the NFL. I mean,
Should be able to score 21 points.
Yeah, that's kind of like what the point what the shelf is. They most offensive should be able to score 3 or 4 touchdowns.
Our dear friend Warren Sapp used to say to the offense, you just score 20 points and we'll win the game.
Yeah.
If you score 20 points, we'll win you the game.
Yeah. That's when remember how good their defense was?
Yeah.
Man.
Amazing.
Looks like they're saying that Sapp's going to end up coaching for Dion next year.
That's cool.
Did you see that, Lummy?
That's how do you think that will work?
I don't think it will.
I don't see how Warren and Dion could get along.
They're both. I mean, he's basically already there now.
I know they're both alphas. But here's the thing.
but you know what?
But Warren knows when to de-alpha.
Right,
He really does.
Right, exactly.
You've seen it as much as I have.
Sap's got a little bit of flim flam to his
Well,
game.
he can shift.
He's got a flim flam like you wouldn't believe. Now, here, let me just give you an example. The last skirmish we had, as friends and family at the and the Diaco luxury box. Is not one thing to Warren's credit is he would always come and pay respects to Joe, to Daddy Joe, and was he's like he always
he's
did.
endearing. He comes in with smiles.
Right.
He starts off with smiles.
Right. Then he has
But then
this.
he's like a Doberman.
He has this hair trigger about himself. But he knows usually who the boss is or who the most influential person in the room is, and he knows how to play nice with that person.
Right. It's called splitting. It's just like what a bad kid does to the parents. Tries he'll be nice to one parent and then act out in front of the other parent and gets the parents against each other.
So
it's called splitting.
Warren is not going to give Dion 1 ounce of trouble.
Nope.
He's going to, Dion doesn't have to, he will never, ever, call Dion out or the stuff that he does, the rude stuff that we see. He gets very combative. He gets very, and
stubborn.
Sometimes I think, and this is my opinion, that Warren doesn't like white people. No,
I can't speak to that.
I'm just saying.
He does there's a couple people that are white that he really loves.
I know, but I mean
he really loves Mike Allstott.
In my opinion, when as just a fan or a regular dude, if you're not Mike Allstott or Joe Diaco, and you roll up on him just as I think that you automatically got. And this is just strictly my opinion. And I'm not calling him racist or anything like that, but I've seen it all too often that he automatically, you got to strike against you when you engage Warren Sapp if he doesn't know you.
That's it right there. It's if he doesn't know you. I think he's more biased against strangers than he is any particular color.
Yeah, you might be. You know what? You're probably
if he doesn't
right
know
on
you, he don't like you.
You know what? You're probably right on that, and I've only seen that with white people because I'm a white guy and I hang out with white people. And I'd like to hang out with black people. I have a lot of black friends. Some of my dearest friends are black.
Please don't.
No,
say
why?
that.
No, but it's true.
And it's
true.
not just that. It's
why can't I say I got a lot of black friends
that you've stayed at their houses, they've stayed with you.
Yeah, that
you've had meals with.
No,
you've
that
gone on
are-
vacations with.
Yes.
It's not like you've just got a guy up the street that's a friend of yours that's a black guy. So that you've actually spent extended periods of time. And I think one of the reasons that you and I don't see race like people see race now is because when we were children, we were integrated in the schools. We played sports with black kids and then realized that they're just like us.
Except better at sports.
Sorry. I didn't
say
get
that.
really introduced to African American people till I was in college, and I quickly became I tended to gravitate towards the black guys more than I did to white because the black guys seemed cooler.
Yeah, and they were
maybe it's
fun.
because I wasn't exposed to a bunch of black guys in Morrisville, Indiana, and when I started hanging out with black guys in Terre Haute, I'm like, man, these dudes are a lot less uptight than white dudes. They want to have far more fun. They're cooler. They're more honest. I was hanging out. You got to understand.
Unless the cops are asking questions.
But I'm just I never in that situation where me and my black friends were hanging out with cops.
I didn't see nothing.
But man, I'll tell you, man, a black guy will have your back better than a white guy will.
Oh yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right
They saw nothing. They Sergeant Schultz it right up.
But not only that, but even during a potential skirmish or something like that, man.
Oh yeah,
a black dude will step right up, be like, "Come on, bitch, let's get some."
Yep.
Your white friend might be down the road like a little pussy.
And I think one of the problems with white people and black people is the disfamiliarity. Once you've become like used to
Exposure therapy.
exposure, it really is, because that's why I think integration was a helpful thing. Kamala Harris talked about getting bused to the white schools when the black people and the white people were encouraged to pool together and integrate and participate together in class, in gym, in sports, in band, in all the aspects of school. Then all of a sudden, black people and white people became friends, started building relationships, and that I think has extended and did really, 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 really well until the 2008 election, when Obama decided that he was going to use racism to propel his causes forward. And instead of trying to make race blind and make people blind to what color the person is that you're speaking to, we are now highlighting the differences and accentuating the tensions between the different races. It seems counterproductive.
All right, you done? I was just trying to talk about cool black guys. Now you had to make it all about politics and stuff. No big deal.
I'm sorry.
So anyway, back to my original thought, my Green Bay Packers. I don't think they're. I think this is a rebuilding year. You know, they're obviously they've lost Bakhtiara for the rest of the year. Did you see that? He's done. So you know they really got thrown a curveball offensive line style. I don't think Jordan Love's that bad. I think he's got good mechanics. I think he can run when needed, and I think the Packers are going to be a 500 team this year. And you know, you gotta be patient. You just got to be patient.
I think it would have been a bit different game if they had Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I mean they've been decimated with injuries.
I think he's a little scared and confused.
He is. Well, he is. He is a little bit, but you know he has a makeshift offensive line. Now I know the Raiders suck. I mean, they're not that good. So, I mean, you know, getting beat by a 1-3 team isn't necessary, you know, and trying to find some positive sides to it is not necessarily, you know, like we're talking about a 1-3 team. The Raiders suck.
I mean,
but I guess the Packers suck more, though, don't they?
Well, the Raiders do have a lot of defensive talent. Like Max Crosby, he basically wrecked that game by himself last night. He was insane. And then the linebacker Spillane, I think, had 2 interceptions.
Yeah, the Raiders have a couple pieces on defense that make it difficult, especially when you have pretty much a line that is put together last minute and your number one running back is out.
Yeah, like third string left tackle. And then I think they lost their right tackle or their center at some point in the game last night. Yeah. They lost another O-lineman.
Devastating. Losing, you know, your blind side tackle or your center is devastating to a line.
Yep.
I'm going to see if I have my notes here, Dan, because no, I don't have them. Damn it. I'll have to maybe, because today's...
The debrief on the game?
Yeah, I might be in my truck because I got some ideas I'd like for you to look at.
Sure.
And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing, but I gave you as an offensive coordinator, I saw your plays, saw how the kids play, and told you out of the 24 plays that you've written up, which play is your go-to play. You've won. I don't know that you've lost a game since you've implemented the three system. I don't think you've lost a game since you've implemented
I don't either.
Bubba Clem -3.
I don't think so either.
You know,
and a couple of times we got like a little behind, and I just decided to go like back to the basics. We're not going to try to do something heroic.
You know how they have the Tampa 2?
Right.
This is the Bubba Clem 3.
Mm-hmm. The Clem 3. so the Clem 3 works great, and the Clem 3 really came back when we were down like 13-0 once in a game, and we came back and beat them like 27-13. Because I just stuck with the 3, and just It's like the West Coast offense. You don't need a bunch of 50-yard passes. It's just you keep moving the ball, backing them up, frustrating them.
My idea that I've written down is that you take your playbook from 26 to 5. And because from 26 to 5, I added a couple wrinkles to a couple plays. And you literally, that's all the plays you have. Because realistically, in boys 6-on-6 flag football, it's about just, with that age, 10 and 11, it's just about being consistent and drilling into their heads 4 or 5 or defense is instinctual. Like Danny's pick 6 was completely instinctual. He just was at the right. He was close enough to the guy and guarded him well enough that he had better body position to pick the ball off, and then he was gone. He's getting tall, too.
He's growing.
He is getting tall.
I heard you call it most of the passes thrown to him,
Yeah,
too.
he did. They were all on the, like a Devontae Adams out pattern to the left every time. Boom. So anyway, but with offense, you can't even practice 26 plays in a practice, but you can practice 5 plays in a practice. And am I right? Like
yes.
how many times? How long is your practices usually?
Usually an hour.
Okay, so
and I can run through all 24 plays in an hour.
Yeah,
I can, but we rush through it because some of them are plays that we've done so many times. Like the 3, I
know that, but hold on. You can rush you 26 plays in an hour, but that's doing each play one time. But if you did 5 plays 4 times a piece. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that they really knew that play. The reason why they're so good at 3 is because you've done it so much, they know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about, repetition with them in practice. So rather than to practice 26 plays, practice 5. Because realistically, I know you're going to be like, oh my God, you're taking my playbook down to 5 plays. But realistically, there's only a couple of them that really work every time.
Mm-hmm.
So whittling it down to 5 if all 5 worked every time because you've practiced them incessantly. And the kids run the crisp routes, and there's zero confusion.
And there's an absolute mismatch. In these plays, they're designed to like load up one side or pull a guy out, and then all of a sudden there's an open zone. And if it's working, yes, keep using it. And
so I'm going to try to go get that.
The 3 is such a great play because it just creates an instant mismatch.
Yeah. So anyway, I got some notes I'm going to give to you.
Okay, thank you.
You can do whatever you want with them.
I'll implement them. Your advice has been great. Thank you. Thanks for helping this weekend too. Again, I appreciate it. The kids love you.
Now I can't be there this Saturday because I got to be at Ronnie's wedding.
Yeah.
But
well, also Riley ain't going to be there either.
Who?
Riley, the skinny kid. He catches everything.
Okay. The hockey kid, right?
No, that's Grayson. He'll be there.
So, but I'll be there the weekend. I'll probably be there the 21st.
That's going to be our hardest game of the year.
Right. So
the Vikings,
the Bears were the Bears.
Yep,
and they're the Vikings. Don't get mad at me, Dan, but that field is.
I know
it's horrible.
It's pretty beat up.
And that's Coleman Middle School, and the thing about it is Coleman Middle School is right where all the rich people live.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be more demanding of a better facility.
It's right. It's like kind of would be almost equivalent to behind Tate's, kind of off of Manhattan there.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
not too far from here.
It's a nice hood.
It's West Shore.
I mean, it's the South. Yeah. It's the
South Tampa
South
Public.
Tampa.
Middle school.
Yeah, I mean it's and then
those people are paying $40,000 to $100,000 a year in taxes.
Yeah,
it's a nice.
You're right. You're right. That's right there. Kind of shows you what type of area. How much are your taxes? Right.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Those are they really paying that much?
Oh, dude, the ones on the water, they're probably paying $100,000 a year now in taxes.
Really?
The houses are going for like $6 million with a high millage.
Yeah, even the ones off West.
Well, anyway,
going
for being in a Coleman Middle School, for being in an affluent, area where your property taxes around this area, and it was when I in the early '90s, mid '90s, that area was not a good area at all. I mean, there's just little houses that they've really resurrected that whole area.
Yes, they have, and the waterfront went for ridiculous prices. The little tiny houses built in the 50s on the water have all been knocked down and replaced by these, 5,000 to 6,000 square foot beautiful homes on, they're 3 stories high.
The dirt over there.
$2 million a lot.
Oh, yeah,
More.
I was talking about David. They're not Davis Island prices, are they?
Oh yeah, they are. The ones on the water are
really
all day long.
Well, Davis Island dirt's $5-6 million for a teardown.
It depends. It's right up there with that. And
I'm talking about ones on the point, like ones on right on the like the one that the Glazer family bought. They paid $12 million for 2 lots.
Is that on Harbor Island or Davis?
Davis.
No, the Glazers is on that tip of Harbor Island.
Is that Harbor?
Yeah.
Oh, is that
very tip of that?
Is that even more exclusive?
Well, that little tip is really expensive.
That tip?
Doesn't he have that little lighthouse?
It's right by the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah. Well, anyway, for this middle school being situated in a very affluent area,
it's disgraceful.
It is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
The field is horrible. I mean, nobody informed the middle school that, hey, you're no longer in the ghetto. You guys, this is a rich place now, right?
Yeah, you would think. I mean, you would really think we would have a better field. It's like we don't have rain and sun.
Well, I mean,
Is it the grass?
Yes, it's big and hunky, and like you could really twist an ankle on it. It's like a cow pasture.
Yeah, it's like a park, not like a field.
Yeah, it's not like any type of maintained field at all. Like if you have a football field, you got to roll it and you got to seed it. and you got to aerate it, because in natural.
It's an art.
It is. Well, it's at least there's the bare minimums of mowing, rolling, because you have to keep when kids like throw up a divot or something like that. Like, you have to have it. You have to not chunky and. It looks like a cow pasture. I'm like, this is the field? And they're like, yeah. Like, I told the kids, be careful, don't twist an ankle, because for real, that field sucks.
But then when they go to the Skyway Park, it's at turf, so sometimes the kids get a little bit more hurt.
They do?
When they hit their heads, they get knocked out. They get knocked silly.
They do?
Yeah. I've had a couple people get like, get on the field and catch a pass, hit their head on the back as they fall backwards, and then they're in La La Land.
Does he go to concussion protocol?
No, because I don't have concussion protocol. Get your ass back out there.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dr. Dan. Now, out of every doctor in this whole out of every coach in this whole entire league, I'm a doctor, okay? But I'm the only one that doesn't have a concussion protocol.
Yeah, I don't. And my protocol is like, do you know where you are? Yep. All right, get back out there.
Do you know what your name is? Yeah. Date of birth? They don't. Some of those guys may not even know that.
No. Might as well ask them their blood type. I mean,
right. So I started getting into this new show on Netflix, and Dan, you might like it. It's called Painkillers.
Oh my God, it's so bad, Bubba.
You don't like it? You didn't like it?
Bubba.
What?
It's really bad.
What do you mean?
The acting is horrible.
I'm not necessarily in the quality of acting as I am the story.
But sometimes it's something so cheeseball.
Is there
you're
a hot
like,
chick
how
in
can...
it?
No, there's no hot chicks.
No.
Well, maybe.
What about
maybe
that
the
black
two
lady?
Maybe the two sales girls. They're kind of slutty.
I sent you the.
You sent me the trailer.
It's about the
now,
Statler
hold on,
family Oxycontin thing.
Anna, did you watch its entirety?
The first episode, yes. And I was like,
hold on.
this is
You can't judge
terrible.
on first episode.
I think I can.
Well,
Can
whatever.
I not?
I mean, maybe,
I have to watch the whole thing before I judge it?
Maybe you just are a little more highbrow than me. You expect more. Maybe I'm a little bit more easily entertained.
When you also told me that like Unhinged was like a fantastic film, and that was that was booty hole.
I'm going to agree with you on Unhinged. I that was horrible.
It was so bad.
Okay, but I will tell you right now, man, that I don't think that Painkiller is, going to win an Emmy for any type of daytime. Isn't it the streaming services? They're in the Emmy. They're not in the Oscar division. They're in the Emmy division. Are they in the Oscars?
I know it's TV is Emmys.
Yep. See, I think
Tonys. I don't even know.
I think when it's
are the Oscars?
Roots didn't get an Oscar; it got an Emmy.
No. Hold on.
That was a TV.
That
That was a
TV
made-for-TV.
deal. I don't know if the streaming services are in the Oscar category or the Emmy category.
I think
don't
the
even
streaming
know.
services with multiple episodes are in the Emmy category, and I think the streaming services with like a single 90-minute movie are more like the Oscar.
Okay.
I think they probably have both.
Maybe we need to do that research. Well, maybe I should ask Alexa.
It looks like it's.
Hold on. Let me Bing
Let me Bing.
instead of Alexa.
Yeah, it's Emmy. They left the Oscars behind, and they're just doing Emmys
Emmy.
now.
Okay. I don't
all
think
of the Netflix and all them.
Yeah.
I don't-
No, sorry, just Netflix.
Oh, just Netflix.
Yeah.
So everybody
so Hulu
else
can
is.
suck it.
So hold on, let me. So then, like the Hulu and Paramount Plus and all of that still is in the Oscar category.
Correct.
And then Netflix said, we don't want to be judged by you Oscars. We just want to be in the Emmy division.
Correct.
And if
So
you win an
Netflix
Emmy,
is
is that
Emmy.
a Tony or what's a Tony?
No, Tony is for
Live
Broadway.
music, yeah, live, not live music, but live performances like on
Yeah,
Broadway.
theater.
Theater, yeah, exactly.
okay.
Yeah, that's what the Tonys are for.
I don't even know.
Nobody
Yeah.
really cares
Lion
about
King
that.
and
I gotcha.
Nobody cares about that. Cats and what was
What's
that?
the one? Hamilton.
Hamilton. Is Hamilton
What's the
really
Mormon
that?
one?
What's the big hubbub about
Life-
It's
Hamilton?
an African American man playing a white
Exactly. So reverse it. So have
Book
me
of
play MLK Jr.
Okay,
and watch what happens. The whole
I
world
believe
go
it.
upside down.
I mean, it's like that might even piss off Hamas
Yeah.
if you did that.
Yeah.
So anyway, Dan.
Oh, that'd be
this
another
is-
guy to play.
This is the world. This is the world. Anna. I'm
Yeah.
recommending it to Dan because he's a doctor and he lived. He actually
you-
experienced. Shut up for a second. You shut up. He experienced the OxyContin push by Purdue and the probably good looking drug reps and all of that, because Dan prescribes pain medicine. Now Dan's real stingy with it, but Dan lived through this era, and so it would be interesting for him
Grey's
to
Anatomy too, or not.
Just shut up. You're like being dumb.
I'm not. I'm just saying that
because you watched one episode and didn't like it.
But I watched the whole episode.
I don't. It doesn't matter.
Was it like I watched 5 minutes of it?
Let's watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer, Dan.
I am an investigator with the U.S. Attorney's Office. You lie, you hurt people, you go down.
You ever prosecute a company as big as Purdue Pharma?
And Dan, you're an attorney too.
Yep.
So you wear multiple hats.
All of human behavior is essentially comprised of two things. Run from pain, run toward pleasure. Pain, pleasure, pain, pleasure. If we place ourselves right there, between pain and pleasure, we will never have to worry about money again.
Is that Matthew Broderick?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you're telling me the acting's no good?
Yeah, he's
one of the best actors of all time.
She's
Come
dumb.
on.
She's dumb. Like, I don't know. She just.
You watch it then. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah, just, you know what? Hold on. What was that thing? That final thing you said?
Dankeschön.
Don't take my word for it. Exactly.
Watch it.
We have to tolerate. We have an answer.
How can something legally prescribed be killing so many people?
Tell me what words you associate with oxycodone.
Oxy what?
I mean, Dan, they would have these big parties for these reps and stuff. And I know you probably know, because, I mean, that's the world you lived in.
Yep.
Did you have reps coming to you all the time?
Yeah. And remember, even they had those like fentanyl lollipops. I mean, it was so easy to get narcotics and to distribute narcotics back in the day. And it has changed.
Oh, I mean, it's.
But the problem is,
it needed a change.
Yeah,
it
but
really
it swung so far that I have problems getting pain medicine to my patients after surgery, and so that's where I think it became a little bit of a too hard of a swing.
97 through 2008 or 9, it was the Wild West, was it not? I mean,
no. Till literally like about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it was the Wild West. I mean, you could really much write whatever you wanted and whatever quantity you wanted to whomever you wanted.
I mean, you could go an OxyContin 80 milligram, which is very aggressive. I mean, right, and has a lot of lot of pain medicine in it. I mean, really a really high level deal, and they wouldn't even as long as the pain as long as the pain matched the diagnosis, wouldn't be a problem.
Not at all.
But that's where the pill mills came into this.
Yes.
This kind of
Oxycoffins.
Excuse me?
I didn't know, Dan.
Oxycoffins.
I didn't know that they made 160 milligrams. I did not know that. Did you?
In one pill?
Did you?
It's not something I'd ever used.
No, I know that. I didn't know
I
that.
think they just
I
went to
didn't
the
know that
80s.
Purdue. I didn't know that Purdue, when in the OxyContin heyday, had 10s, 20, 40, 60, 80. And I thought the only thing I'd ever seen anybody, the largest amount I'd ever heard of or seen were 80s, but supposedly they did make 160s. Now, can you imagine that?
Yeah, wow, 160 a blue oval pill.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, you know what? Like an 80 was the toppest. That's the highest level. Like an 80, that take down they made 160s.
But the problem with OxyContin is it was a controlled release until you ground it up.
Right. People were grinding it up and snorting it. It shows that.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. How were people able to rip off the time release capsule?
You didn't. You just
grounded it up?
Yeah, as long as you grounded it up.
I thought it was like a
same.
gel. I don't know. Okay.
Just the coating. So the coating had to be intact. See, the way it worked, I think, Dan, listen, I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to try to break it down, and I'm going to see if the doctor will grade me, because you know the answer to this, Dan. The doctor will grade me on if I'm correct or not. But the reason why they have a coating on them, Anna, it makes it time release, because normal pills and the medicine is just the pill in itself. There's no coating on top of that medicine. So when the medicine gets into your belly, it automatically just starts releasing as it's dissolving in your gut or whatever the hell makes things digest. But when you throw a coating on it, then your body has to eat through the coating first. And that's what gets the time release. Dan, did I A, B, C, or D on the explanation?
I think I give you a B plus. I think in that particular pill, the coating had what they called like micropores in it. And so it would release the medicine through those little like channels of the coating.
Wow.
A lot of things are coated so they don't chew up your stomach. Like aspirin's coated so it doesn't irritate your stomach. And in that sense, like Bubba said, it delays the absorption until it gets past your stomach into the small bowel.
Right.
So that the salicylic acid in the aspirin doesn't chew up your stomach.
In the notes?
In the OxyContin, it was actually getting channeled and time released through these little. It was getting released through these small little holes in the coating at a specific rate. So again, it wouldn't get all completely dissolved and absorbed in your stomach in the first half hour.
I'm not gonna play that.
But if you grind it up,
you bypass that.
Okay.
Yeah, when you smash it up.
And that's what people were doing, right?
And anyway, Dan, I mean, did they send in the good-looking drug reps to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a flirt,
of course,
and like they always.
They always do that,
and they always
not just with oxys. But.
Yeah,
they
but
do that with the implants sometimes. They do it with everything. They try to, and they all come in and they smell good and they're all like bright and it's all happy and it's like a big party.
They got to deal with you then. Do you like? Are you? There's this one doctor in here, Dan, that literally kicks him out.
Mm-hmm.
He says you guys are a bunch of drug dealing bitches. Get out of here, or whatever the hell. Anyway, Dan, it's called Painkiller. Anna thinks it sucks. And I think it's brilliant because I think that you'll like the fact that it's you actually experienced this.
Mm-hmm. And I like Matt Broderick too because I've been a fan of his since Biloxi Blues and La Cage au Fall and
right. What's Anna know? Nothing. The one thing that Anna has brought to the table today.
He's gotten Tony's.
Oh, yeah. He's been, yeah.
He's a huge live theater actor.
Isn't he? Isn't Matthew Broderick married to Jessica Sarah Parker?
I think he was, or may still be.
I think they're still
together.
Yeah. They've been together for like 20-some years.
For a long time. It's one of those rare relationships in Hollywood that persisted.
I wonder what the average relationship for an A-list actor is. I mean,
probably 9 months.
I mean, as far as like years of service before you get a divorce. There's some, and boy, when the like the Harrison Fords and the Kevin Costners and the Michael Douglases, those big, huge 20 million, 30 million, 40 million year dudes, when they get divorced, from that chick that they've been with like 25 years, man, does it get salty. I mean, remember, I think Mel Gibson's divorce was like 200 million, and I think Harrison Ford's divorce was like. Because they get all this money, Dan. They want a little dime piece. They don't want some, old bag with them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know maybe that shows you how nice and much better of a person these people are. Because I'd want to trade my old bag in for a hot dime piece if I had that kind of money.
For $200 million.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's true.
That's a lot of money for a vagina.
If $200 million, so you're saying keep the old bag around for $200 million?
It's a tough one, man.
Yeah, $200 million.
Give her a lot of OxyContin. It buys you a lot of OxyContin to keep her in the bedroom.
But that means, hold on, Dan. If you're giving her $200 million, that means you at least got $400 million.
Well, yeah, I guess. So at that point,
so at $200 million, even
a couple extra 20s.
Even though it hurts you to get that $200 million to her. As she's been your ride or die bitch when you were nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But now you want to get this hot ass 26-year-old. Instagram bitch, just to roll up and be the pimp that you are. It's going to cost you $200 million, but you still got $200 million left. That does put a damper on you, though, does it not?
Well, I think at that point, $200 million is not that big of a deal between $200 and $400. But if it's like $2 million and you only have $2 million left, that affects your retirement.
Yeah, you're right. So anyway, Dan, if you got a top opportunity, watch Painkillers. On Netflix. And if you think like Anna, it sucks after the very first episode, then do not continue. But maybe you'll like it.
Can I say that I didn't want it to suck? Like I love the story of the Sackler family. It's fascinating and OxyContin and stuff. It just didn't
like you have, I guess, a higher expectation in acting. I meanwhile liked the story because I lived in the late 90s, early 2000s when recreationally there were people that were using these. So
right.
I never.
I wish I lived in that.
I was never
era.
A degenerate where I was crushing them up or snorting them. But if we go to the dollhouse and somebody'd have one, and you take one, and then you have a couple drinks with it, it really really got a nice buzz.
That's what I heard.
I've been out where I had a guy like pass around fentanyl lollipops to everyone.
Yeah,
I mean
that's the day we used to. I mean,
and at that point I stopped. I was like, you know what, this is this is a low point. When people around me are sucking on narcotic lollipops, I didn't want one, and the person I was with was given one, and I got mad, and I was like, "That's it, Seacrest out, we're done." Yeah, and that was one of the last times. That was one of the last times.
That's kind of a degenerate move.
It is. It is.
You know, like if we're handing
might as well
out
slipping people roofies.
Right. I mean, you know, but there's other things we could do and get high and still be way more responsible than fentanyl lollipops.
I mean, it was disgusting. It was disgusting.
I mean, you know, and the fentanyl is so bad that the Mexican cartel has now made it official. If you work for them or you're using fentanyl as a cutting agent, that's what the people are doing it. They're as they're cutting up cocaine and crack and just pills and just every narcotic that
even ecstasy, Molly.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean all this.
Don't say that.
I know they're
putting it in everything.
I know.
But the Mexican cartel released a statement last week that if anybody that's doing business with the Mexican cartel and you get caught adding fentanyl or using fentanyl as a cutter, they will behead and kill you and your entire family.
It's messing with the clientele because they can't buy more from you when they're dead.
And yes, that's early on how you would look at it, but you also need to look at it like this. The American government is way more up the cartel's ass right now when you start killing Americans rather than just recreationally drugging them. America has a certain amount of a problem from you just being the Mexican cartel, but they're not really that hard on you. But when you start adding fentanyl
and poisoning people,
and so that's when the cartel, it's bad when the cartel says, you know what, you guys by adding fentanyl are getting us way more heat than we would regularly be having, so stop with the fentanyl, bitches.
Mexico lost out on a lot of revenue because marijuana was legalized, and so I don't think there's a lot of marijuana coming across the border right now because it doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
38 minutes.
They're growing it in California.
Yeah,
the cartels are coming over and growing in California.
We don't need. Used to be called Mexican pot. We don't need any Mexican pot anymore. We got our own. But we do need, the degenerates out there.
They're selling it to the dispensaries. It's a huge problem in California. Look it up, Siskiyou County.
Whatever.
Sorry.
Jesus, Van, you're just full of positivity today, are you not?
Well, I'm just letting you know that it's not that the Mexican cartels are not involved in the marijuana game. They are, and they're doing it on American soil. It's like way worse. I'm agreeing with you that they're a problem, but a different problem that most people don't know about.
Okay. Anna Matroni.
Mission accomplished. Another segment filled. More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Is the running the farms here?
Yeah, we put that documentary.
Oh yeah, I remember.
They're siphoning off water, like the farmers can't get it, but they're all going. And then it's the cartels, and it's also the I'm gonna fuck this name up. The Hmong people, HMONG, from like Minnesota. Do you know Hmong people?
I heard about that.
Like
yeah.
Chinese, like Asian-ish, the darker. Well, they all live in Minnesota. They all moved to fucking California and got involved in the weed game. And then when they tried to shut them down, they fucking hired like some ACLU lawyers to be like, you're racist, and they won.
Really?
Yeah. So like the government's racist, they're shutting them down. They fucking hired like some ACLU lawyers to be like, you're racist, and they won.
Really?
Yeah. So like the government's racist, they're shutting them down. Crazy. Hired like some ACLU lawyers to be like, you're racist. Really fucking bad. Like thousands of like grown.
Good morning, Joe Lupian. Brian from Philly, what's up? Amber Scott, good morning. Big Bug. Purple Lips, Kenny Powers. Big Bug, it's good. Although Jay took on the track and said it needs something, so I don't know what he's talking about. He just maybe like the feel of it. Maybe TLS. Dr. Disinfect. Shifty, good morning. Brad, go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Little Woolers out to birth.
Packers and
Spencer Mr. Spencer.
They're going to mark him short. It looked like Taylor from
GLE, Chugga 2011. Doesn't Wolf Thunder release it. What's up, Dutch Duke? Hello, Bloods. Hello, Bug. 0985. Good morning, Simon. This is up, Tip Terry. Here.
Four-man rush. Love and zone. Intercepted. Good night. Picked off by Amik Robertson.
Oscar Salagas, you're wrong. I don't work my dick off to get here, so go fuck yourself too.
Defense of the Raiders.
Game over. I earned it, motherfucker. What's up, Miss Sancho? Oh, yo. Hey. Tess Nolan, what's up?
I didn't realize that was a John Paul strike defense.
Oh, yeah. Tommy 2X.
He's going to drop this thing through the truck wash?
Last night.
What? Say again?
I was reading some of these stories from like coming out of Israel. Some fucking, these motherfuckers are like next level, like worse than ISIS.
Neil Mumplin's here. What's up, Spencer?
This one where they went in and they killed this grandma, the picture, demolished her body, and they got her phone. They saw that she was logged into Facebook. They started fucking. That's how our family found out. Like,
That sucks.
Any cows you keep in rotation.
Brutal.
yeah.
Hollywood 69, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
So far in 2023, we've only used 2 cars.
You gotta put it in your mouth and wipe off the time release. I used to listen to Logan Paul's podcast.
Oh, it's a show car.
And
Yeah,
his
right.
co-host used to be addicted to oxys, and he would talk about how to bypass all that stuff. And he said rip off the time release, so I thought it was like something tore off.
It's in like the simple time releases, like the ones that are like coated aspirins. It's just it's like a coating, and it'll dissolve. The Oxycontins had like more of like a 3-dimensional coating that had little pores in it, so you'd actually use like almost like a plastic.
That's what I thought, like a film.
Like a film.
Yeah, because he would talk about that. And Big Mike would be like,
Right.
yeah.
That's a little casing that has a little pores in it.
Yeah, he would talk about it, so I'd be like,
So you control the dissolving, right? Nick the Gun Guy, good morning, Nick. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Jay Gator.
Lemmy, how the Rangers doing?
Ballin'. It might be the Braves and the Rangers.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
No, so are the Rangers? Did they beat the Orioles?
Yeah. Let me see what the series is right now. I know the Braves are 1-1. They won last night. I know the Rangers are kind of.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba's the Love Sponge.
Mach or Lummy, maybe Rhett. Can we get a hold of Big Woody and see if I can pay, like, let me ask him like $300, $400, $500? Can we get some more positioning statements? Positioning bumpers made. You know what? Maybe hold off on that because we're gonna have to write some new ones when the new Bubba Army radio is done. You know what I'm saying? Because I want the bumpers to include, we're now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Don't forget to go to the all-new redesigned, it's not even going to be called BubbaArmyRadio.com now, is it?
No.
Well, you can put that in there if you want, but we're reskinning it to even a new name. So, but BubbaArmyRadio.com will be, if you type that in, it'll still take you to the new page, right, Lummy?
Yes, it will.
And we need our positioning statements to make sure to remind people now that that's all new. There's some new dynamics. There's some new stuff that might interest people that don't normally go to BubbaArmyRadio.com. They're like, listen, I watch the show on YouTube, or I watch the show on Rumble, or whatever. That's about or I listen to the show on 1031 in Fort Walton Beach. I don't know anything about Bubba Army Radio. I don't go there. Well, when we get it done, I think you might want to go there.
Yeah,
there's some pretty good stuff that I think, and a lot of which will be for free. We're going to give you some stuff for free, like the ability to listen to some old, Sirius XM stuff. And things like that for free. So let me. There's a free aspect to it as well, which is going to be pretty cool.
It's gonna be nice.
Anyway, I was talking to you. I didn't get an opportunity to. I've not really kept up with baseball. Once the Rays got out, then I'm like, eh.
Unceremoniously. I mean, 2 quick games, boy, in the middle of the afternoon. No one watched it.
Yeah.
No one cared. They got their asses whooped. What a horrible ending to a record-starting season.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but they really got. Decimated with some energy, with some injuries, and Franco, and I mean, they really got dealt not necessarily the best hand. Lumpy. So I'm kind of pulling for the Rangers right now because I'm so tired of Baltimore, the Orioles. Tired of them, and I guess the Twins came out of nowhere too. You really didn't hear much from the Twins. Were just kind of a mediocre team this year, were they not?
Yeah, they were.
I mean, that division was soft.
Yeah,
they won the White Sox, Royals. I mean, it was horrible to win that.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for the Phillies.
Well, so Rhett, have you been keeping up with the baseball too?
A little bit. The Rays kind of beat that love out of me.
Right.
But yeah, Texas.
So hold on, Texas. Did they go up and take the series from Baltimore?
Well, it's 2-0 right now. They play tonight.
All right. So
it's best out of 4, but right now they got a 2-0 lead.
Best out of 5, not 4. Because if it was the best, you can't have the best out of 4.
It'd be 50.
I mean, it would be 2 and 2.
Sorry,
it's the best out of 5.
4+1.
It can never be the best of 4.
I'm sorry, it's the best of 7. They need to be 4-0.
What?
They need to be 4-0. It's the best of 7.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's not the best of 5.
No,
it is the best of 5. It's not the championship. It's the first round.
Yeah, Lummy, it's the best of 5.
It went 3, then 5, then 7-7.
Lummy, I think I need to ask Anna about sports.
Yeah, I
feel
got
like,
you, Bubs. What do you need to know?
I feel like she can Google
footballs.
it and get it. I mean, Lummy, you're usually what's wrong with you? Why are you off so much on sports?
I didn't know I was off that much. I mean,
I think you're off a lot.
It's the best of 4.
It's not the best of 4 one.
I meant to say that they.
But you said best of 4. It's not. And then you said it was the best of 7, and it's not. It's the actual best of 5. You don't go to get to the best of the 7 until you get to the ALS and the NLS and the World Series.
I mean, we were up pretty late last night winning money, so.
But they also
nice save, right?
And they did also change it recently. So just like the wild play-in game.
Maybe I need to turn to somebody else with sports because you don't know. It seems like
bigger the bases.
Let me. So is it right now? It's the best of 5 with Baltimore and the Rangers, and the Rangers are up 2-0.
Yeah.
Now what's the 2 of the Twins playing?
The Twins are playing Houston.
And what's that series?
1-1.
1-1. Okay. And these are all the best of what?
5.
Right. And then in the National League, what do you got? Phillies.
Phillies in Atlanta, and that's 1-1. Atlanta took them last night.
So that's 1-1. And then who else?
Arizona and the Dodgers.
Oh, I'm pulling for Arizona.
Well, they're up 2-0 right now.
They're up 2-0 on the Dodgers?
Yeah. Yeah, they won last night, too.
How big would that be for Evan Longoria to win a championship with Arizona?
Oh, that'd be good. So
I'm pulling for Arizona or Atlanta. No, I'm kind of braved out, although it's my dad's favorite team. I'm pulling for Arizona and Texas.
Oh,
which would probably be a horrible World Series ratings wise.
Oh, that'd be
the networks. They do not want that.
Or it'd be like a Minnesota versus Arizona,
something like that.
Yeah, that'd be even worse.
I kind of do like Minnesota because doesn't Rocco was former Ray?
Yeah, Rocco Baldelli.
Rocco Baldelli. Yeah, him.
Moonsocket Rocket.
He's the coach. Now, is the former bench coach for the Rays under Madden, He went on to the Washington Guardians.
Nationals.
I'm sorry, the Nationals.
Yes.
And is he still the coach over there?
He sure is, and he hired Jim Hickey this year for pitching coach.
Oh, so is Jim up in the D.C. area now too?
Yep.
Perfect.
They're not. They didn't do anything this year.
They haven't done anything since they won that one World Series.
Yeah, exactly.
So they better pull something out of their ass soon. I guess Coach Cash, Skip Cash, was asked yesterday. There's rumors flying that he may go to Cleveland. You know, he actually spent some time as a player at Cleveland. I think that's where he spent the majority of his time as a backup catcher. And the Cleveland job's open right now.
I'd rather kill myself than live in Cleveland.
Yeah, true. And not only that, but like, one, Kevin Cash is from here. He was born here.
Mm-hmm.
Two, no
one's mad at him.
Nobody's mad at him. You're not inheriting.
It's not his fault. He's playing with a bunch of jobbers, and he's making literally caviar out of dog food.
So he and the only probably downfall that he probably doesn't like, being a Rays, Skip, is supposedly our ballpark sucks, but I'm sure that he could care. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that doesn't. And I got to think that the Rays are paying him competitively, and then maybe even if Cleveland, they would match Cleveland's offer. But he said yesterday in a press conference that he's not interested in going to Cleveland.
Oh, good.
Who would?
I know.
I saw him to Cleveland.
Unless the only way you would go to Cleveland, the Cleveland area for anything, would be like if you're a first-time coach and that was your break. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
Like,
it's either you could stay in this high school or we're going to give you the Cleveland Browns.
I don't know if the Cleveland Browns have to go to the high school levels to get people interested in their head coaching jobs, but I'm just saying.
They probably have better success.
I think with the Guardians, they had Franconia, who was fired from Boston. So it's either you got to be a young coach, like you're saying, or
an old-timer who's wrapping it up.
Like Buck Showalter.
Yes.
You have to go in there.
Right. You either got to be an old-timer that's wrapping it up. Remember, like, Sparky Anderson and all those guys, or Don Zimmer?
Yeah.
They would go on and, they would just, they do 2 and 3 year stints at a team. A team would think that, Sparky Anderson did leave the Reds and went on and brought the Tigers. I think Sparky Anderson may have taken the Tigers or even won the World Series with the Tigers or went to the World Series with the Tigers.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sparky Anderson.
Yeah.
But yeah, all these old timers. Remember that guy from Cincinnati that went up to try to go to St. Louis that tried to go Tony
La Russa.
Tony La Russa. He got in trouble then up there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's still coaching for Chicago now.
Really?
He's from Tampa.
I know he is.
Yeah, he got busted a couple of times for drinking a little too much.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, well, he's
I'm the head.
He likes the firewater.
Officer, do you know why? Sir, do you know why I'm drunk? Why? Because I'm the head coach of the White Sox, and we suck. And I'm just trying to take the pain away, buddy.
Yeah.
Please
help
me. So today on a wet time. And Anna, this is a great score for you and way to be thinking about the show. Thank you. But of course, Anna, who was born in Israel, and whose father also was born in Israel.
Actually, no.
He wasn't?
No.
He was born in South Africa.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I know the lineage.
Yep.
I know the Hummel lineage. But now, how long did your dad ever live in Israel?
For 13 years.
For 13 years.
And
Okay.
what about your mom? Where was she born?
L.A.
Oh.
But lived in Israel for 10 years.
Did she have an
With
LA
him?
face with an Oakland booty? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, she did. She knew how to shake that booty.
LA face with an Oakland booty.
Yeah.
That's the
Pretty
best
cool.
line ever,
Yeah.
is it not?
It is.
Baby got back, and I cannot lie. So your mom, LA face, Oakland booty. Your dad, South African McGillicuddy.
Yeah, Oakland booty as well.
And he's got an Oakland booty as well.
Yes.
And does he move from South Africa to Israel?
Yes.
Okay, from a young age, like did his mom and
21.
dad, or as an adult?
He was an adult.
Young adult.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
so
he moves to Israel.
Yeah, he goes to war. He was in a war in Angola and South Africa, and he's like, F this. And then he went to Israel and then
Hold on,
joined
he
that
was in
army.
a war.
Yeah, South Africa. Yeah,
He
there
was
was conscription.
Was he in the South African military?
Yes.
Okay. So, and is that mandatory as a South African that you're?
There's a conscription. Yes, you have to join the military.
All right. And did he fulfill his duty?
He did.
Okay. So, but during that time, there was a skirmish that South Africa was involved in, and he's like, as soon as he probably got the ability to get out, when his time was up, he's like, I am out of here.
So they were fighting who?
It was like during the Cold War, they were fighting communism, and they went into Angola. There were like lots of proxy wars. Vietnam was one of them, but on the part of the
Angola was
Americans.
another one.
Yeah.
Were they fighting with like blow darts versus guns? I mean, was it? Was it lopsided?
I got to think that South Africa went in there and cleaned up. I mean, the Angolians, I don't know what type of technology they have. I mean, do they even have a plane? Do they even have one, like once? They got a Cessna 172 for their fighter jets.
No,
right?
They just have Hawks.
Yeah, they don't even have a Cessna 182. They don't even they don't have no helicopters, no bombs. Like you said,
They don't even have metal.
No, they
have wood.
They use bow and arrow.
Yeah, with a wooden tip.
I'm not engaging in this.
They use bow and arrows.
Not engaging in this conversation.
So your dad goes to Israel.
Yeah,
and
he makes Aliyah. That's what that's called.
Okay, and he's there for 13 years. Mm-hmm. Does he meet your mom over there?
Yep.
Now, what's she doing over there?
Looking for an Israeli?
Well, my dad's not Israeli, so yeah. Well, she actually moved there with another a boyfriend that she had, and then they broke up.
Oh, okay.
So she stayed there. She was dancing there, not as a stripper. I always feel like I have to say that, but yeah, my mom owned a dance
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, she was like a ballet dancer.
No wonder you're so uptight. Your mom's a former stripper.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it.
She was on tour in Europe and stuff, doing
on
shows.
Tour. That's what she's telling you.
Not stripper shows.
No, but there's no way to validate her even. I mean, she could have been a stripper.
Sure.
I mean, is her picture showing her big, vaudeville dancing act?
Yeah, there's pictures,
Okay.
none of which are stripper pictures, but
none on the pole.
No poles.
Okay.
Like pop a balloon with a dart.
Stages. No balloon popping, no ping pong shows, unfortunately.
So your mom's a dancer, and your dad is. What's your dad doing over in Israel?
Well, he joined the military, and I'm trying to think.
In Israel too?
Yeah.
What a stud! I'll be a soldier in South Africa and Israel.
Mm-hmm.
What was his role in the military?
Well, my dad actually got tapped to be in the Mossad. I found this out only a few years ago, but I was just born because he was Israeli. I mean, he lived in Israel. Obviously, he was Jewish, had allegiance to Israel, but he didn't have an Israeli accent, and he spoke English perfectly. So this was what the Mossad was looking for, and they wanted him to go to Europe to, what was the word that they used?
Spy?
No. It was eliminate some people that were bad actors.
Oh, so your dad was a badass
hitman.
Assassin.
Yeah, no. He didn't join the Mossad because I was just born and my mom wasn't game.
Your
for
dad
it,
was good enough to be a hitman.
Yeah, had his eyesight been better, he would have been allowed to be a pilot, but a helicopter pilot. But his eyes weren't 20/20. And
sounds like your dad was kind of a stud.
Badass, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like for real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that's like the, 5% of military people are even that good to be considered in those type of special op roles.
Special forces.
Yeah. I mean, he turned it down, but he was offered a position for the Mossad.
So what did he end up doing?
Blasting her mom?
No, he got he got a degree in physical education, and he was teaching and stuff like that.
All right, and then comes you.
Mm-hmm.
And how long did you live there for?
Less than 2 years.
And then they're like, okay, we need to move to the United States of America.
Yeah, well, my mom wanted to go back home.
That's right. That's right. She's LA face.
Yeah, right, exactly. So then we moved to San Diego, where my grandparents were. Lived with them for a year, and then my dad's still in San Diego.
Right.
So.
In San Diego, I've been told. I mean, I've been there twice, but didn't spend any long periods of time. But I've been told it is expensive, very expensive, but. The climate is the best.
You can't beat it.
It gets cold. It gets summertime. It'll get down to 65 at night. It's just not like the.
It's just there's no humidity, which is the killer here in Florida.
Like the sauna that you're in Florida most of the time.
The air is just so much thinner. It's so nice. And near where I lived, I was 10 minutes from the beach. I was an hour and a half from the mountains and 2 hours from the desert. Anything you wanted was in arm's reach.
That's why you're so well versed,
right?
So anyway, Anna has ties to Israel, obviously, as we just walked through them, and her father Phil, who obviously likes the show because his daughter's on it. But I think genuinely, I think your dad genuinely likes the show.
Oh yeah, he loves listening in.
I'm listening because to hear my daughter chime in with her, sometimes brilliant stuff, but sometimes bitchy stuff, and sometimes conspiracy laden stuff, and sometimes irritating stuff, and sometimes good stuff.
All of the above.
Right. But I just don't listen to the show because of that bitch. I actually like the show.
Yeah, he does.
So anyway, he obviously knows that every major show or producer of content with regards to a male skewing show like we do. Everybody is talking. The whole entire world is right now, if not, I would say really kind of focused on what's happening in Israel right now.
You mean they're not talking about RFK Jr.'s presidential announcement?
That's news, and we're going to talk about
buried in this.
Buried.
There's no talk of it.
Somebody probably should have gone to RFK Jr. and said, "Listen, let's let this Israel thing go another week or two, so we know where it's gonna."
And what did he say?
I want to tell you that I think that would not be a good idea because I want to get the word that I'm running for president against.
All right. We'll do it tomorrow.
Other people have other options.
Actually, this is the sad thing, is that he probably is the best candidate,
no doubt,
of the three. He is right down the middle. He really makes a lot of sense with his abortion stance and just with his immigration stance.
And he wants to take your gun.
And I'm just telling you, I don't think he wants to take your gun.
Yeah, he does.
Does he? How bad does he want to take my gun?
Pretty badly.
No, see, some Democrats really want to take my gun, and some just want to maybe
they just want to look at it.
Look at it, maybe throw a rule on top of my gun.
Yeah, he definitely wants to throw a rule or two on top.
And he's super into the green movement.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you had an opportunity, somebody put a gun to your head and said they were going to kill you and your entire family, if you didn't vote, either Joe Biden versus Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who do you vote for?
Oh, I would absolutely take. I would way rather have.
There you go.
Kennedy over Biden. At least Kennedy can tie his own shoes, lift himself up, walk up the stairs, the big boy stairs to the plane.
Right.
Knows where he's at.
So he's
has an open mind to alternative theories instead of just focusing on a single narrative.
I really think,
which is why he will never get elected.
I think for the first time. For the first time since the last time we had an independent run was Ross Perot, and he hurt the Republican candidate George H. Walker Bush. He took votes from Bush more than he did Clinton. And that's one of the reasons why Clinton won. Mm-hmm. Well, I really honestly think RFK's positioned himself to take more votes away from Biden.
It looks like that's the case.
Really?
Well,
that's my opinion.
Bubba, if you have a D next to your name and you see the word Kennedy, it's like you can't help yourself but want to vote for it.
Right.
It's one of those things. He's an iconic. There'd be like a Reagan running right now against Trump. People be like, it's a Reagan.
For the first time in the independent, and we've only seen this one other time. There's only in our lifetime, at least. Really, the only presidential election in modern day history that had an independent that was not even a viable win, but certainly going to take 10 points away from somebody. What did Perot get? Like 8%, 12%? Here, let me ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, what percentage of votes did Ross Perot get in the election?
According to Reuters, Democrat Bill Clinton beat Ross Perot in the 1996 U.S. presidential election in Oregon with 1,460,000 votes, 47% to 9%.
So 10%. But that's... was that the primary they were talking about? I think that was a primary.
Did Perot run as an independent, or was it like a libertarian? Or
I think I don't know. Might have been a libertarian.
Not green, obviously, but
can you see the 1996 presidential election results? Hey, Alexa, what are the 1996 presidential election results?
He got higher than he thought.
Bill Clinton won the 1996 U.S. presidential election with 49.2% of the popular vote. Bob Dole came in second with 40.7% of the popular vote.
Let me bing.
Yes, go ahead.
Clinton, 43%.
Yeah.
Bush, 37.5%. Ross Perot, 18.9%.
There you go. And Dan, almost
crazy.
Almost 20%.
Mm-hmm.
And
but he bled that mostly off the Republicans because he was conservative.
Right. Well, this one, I think Kennedy is of the two. Yes, absolutely.
But he's not like a regular Kennedy.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
You don't think he's going to pull from Trump?
He was a Democrat up until yesterday.
I understand that.
Anna, he's going to take from both, but he's going to take more from Biden.
Yes.
He's going to take five from Bush, and he'll probably take 10 from Biden.
Because people aren't. I'm sorry.
But he's anti-establishment, and Trump is anti-establishment.
Yeah, but he's
So, like, hang
he's
together.
also anti-gun, and Joe's anti-gun.
And
He's also
oil drilling and making
right.
it
He's
US.
green. He's a green anti-gun guy. And
the
so
other thing is this: Biden sucks so bad, so bad that a lot of people will just use this analogy, and that is, at least he's present and physically available to do the job.
Well,
Our candidate now is out to lunch.
Well, if you look at the polls that they did against Biden or RFK, I mean, Biden or RFK was getting 20% of that vote from Biden.
Oh,
so like
he ain't getting 20% of the Trump vote.
No. Imagine that Anna run Orang yet again, just for argument's sake.
Okay.
Anyway, Anna's dad, Phil. Back to our original topic before I go. We're running a little bit late, and I haven't eaten in 19 hours, so I'm absolutely dying right now. But so anyway, Philip has arranged. Well, Anna, I'll let you tell the story because I think I let you. You know this.
My dad helped, but it was my idea. If I may take credit for it.
You're real bitchy today.
Well, it was. I'm just telling you the truth.
All right.
So
I was trying to give a little more credit to my boy Phil.
Oh no, this is definitely my dad's contact, 100%. So Jack Sandler is my dad's best friend from South Africa.
Jack Sandler.
Yeah, but he's lived in Israel for
like
over
an action
35
hero,
years.
does he not? Mm-hmm. Dave, who's your new favorite action hero?
Jack Sandler.
Hell yeah.
Kicks ass.
That guy kicks ass, man. His last movie, he jumped out of a helicopter and then got on top of this shark and kicked its ass and gouged its eyes out and then jumped on another yacht and saved some bitches. Who did that, Lummy?
Jack Sandler.
There you go. I thought you were going to mess it up.
Yeah, we do. All right. I was waiting for it.
So Jack Sandler is Phil's good friend.
Yeah, he sees him. My dad goes to Israel like once or twice a year.
To see who?
Jack Sandler.
There you go.
Stud of all studs.
Right.
Yeah. And so he was just there in April. My first thought when this was going down was, I'm so glad my dad's not there right now.
Right.
But Jack he's lived there for, I think, my whole life. So
we're going to be
at least
talking to
36
the
years.
Jack Sandler?
The Jack Sandler, and I believe his wife Yael will also be on the call.
We're going to Zoom. We're going to actually have
to Tel Aviv.
We're going to have a live Zoom, call, visual interview with Jack Sandler, is he in Tel Aviv?
Yes.
He's in Tel Aviv, which obviously is that the capital of Israel?
No.
No. What is the capital of Israel?
Jerusalem.
Okay.
Tel Aviv is like the nicest part of it, though,
I've always
probably.
anytime I think of Israel, I always think of, obviously you think of Jerusalem, but I always think of like Tel Aviv might be like the Miami part of
Yes,
Israel.
it's like the metropolitan part. Yeah, it's beachy and it's beautiful.
It's
where you want to
again,
visit.
I think it's a good. I think that's a good analogy. The fact that it's the Miami of Israel.
Yes.
Tel Aviv.
Yes.
So we're going to be live with Jack Sandler in Tel Aviv. What time is that going to happen today?
7:40.
7:40.
Yeah.
So, Lummy, I better get to some words so that we can go live. Hey, listen, you don't have to watch CBS Evening News and have Nora O'Donnell live and just giving you the news the way they see it. I got Jack Sandler boots on the ground, bitch.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can hear stuff going off in the background and stuff like that, or that's
I don't know
probably
if they're
questions
that
we can
close
ask
to the
them.
action, but they've certainly heard, ambulances and things going off, sirens going off.
I haven't heard of really Tel Aviv being attacked. Have they left Tel Aviv alone for the most part?
Well, Tel Aviv isn't that. It doesn't border Gaza.
Right.
So
they'd have to go through Israel to get to Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv is almost strategically kind of positioned itself it kind of has a natural block.
There's just more distance.
A natural terrain, defense. It would take a lot for the Hamas to get to Tel Aviv.
Sure.
There's more real estate between Tel Aviv and the Gaza Strip.
Right.
But there's still Hamas fighters in Israel unaccounted for. We don't, they don't know where they are. So everyone is on alert. The entire country is on alert.
I mean, the thing about it is, if you're in Tel Aviv, man, you just go down to the grocery store. You don't know if there's a crazy Hamas guy.
Like, there's no school. School's canceled. This whole country.
They're all genetically the same. You can't tell them apart from each other.
Are they in a lockdown? Like, are they
I'm not
locked
sure.
down?
We'll have to talk to Jack about it, but
right.
I just know that there's no school.
And they canceled a lot of flights, it looks like,
Yes.
for the rest of the month.
We'll talk to the Jack Sandler live via a Zoom call from Israel, Tel Aviv, in about 30 minutes.
Wait a second. I'm getting an idea.
Compelling and compassionate?
No, wait.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, no.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Better hear some fucking bombs going off in the background during the interview.
You want him to have all his phone then? Like, just play?
You know, some shit in the background blowing up, or you're just screaming.
Going on?
Yeah.
Did you make this?
Make sure your shit's legit.
Yeah. Good old. Morning, Cracker Chris. Yeah. Uber left you should get there before they cancel the flight. Delta. Morning, Bama boy. Daily Redeemer. His little new boy was on the street talking to the Palestinian protesters.
Lummy, what type of what do we have? We have average Joes as far as the 30s.
Average Joe's, Florida Gulf Coast, Weekday Wee Seal.
And those run?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you also put a K&N and a Red Line up there too.
Is there?
Yes.
But how'd we get those?
We took one that you read before. So if you want to cut a new one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll cut a new one someday.
Okay. And then maybe even a skag. Because kind of obviously when you talk about skag, it's always long form. If you wanted to put a skag.
What's that?
I said we could put a skag up if you want, but most of the time when you talk about skag, it's kind of a long form.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
I'll cut one.
Okay. You see Jesse Waters guy go on the street and talk to the Palestinians yesterday?
Sam?
Jesse Waters guy, even that guy goes on the street. You see him interview the Palestinian morons. I'm a Jesse Waters, Mark.
I like Jesse. I was helping Sophia with homework last night, so I didn't get to watch so much. Bubba, what you eating?
Baked French fries and a warmed up one piece of pizza.
Nice.
And I'm starving. So I went 19 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh shit.
Wow, that's a long time.
I don't know if you could do it, Dan, because you love food so much.
Yeah, I probably couldn't.
One cheese.
You could.
I could. I just don't want to. Jay goes long periods of time without eating.
Dan could do it, but he would be real hangry.
Oh yeah, I get very hangry.
Mm-hmm. You'd be
I'm intolerable.
You'd be a bear.
Yeah, but Jay'll go all day and not eat. Jay'll go 20 hours and not eat all the time. I've seen him do it on a regular basis without even thinking, especially if he's stressed out or worried about like a depot or.
Yeah, he'll go fucking.
Jay, that motherfucker don't eat.
He won't eat.
He goes, I'm not really a food guy. I'm like, what?
Like, he won't eat. He just
Yeah.
won't fucking eat.
He's like, no, I don't really crave food. I'm like, are you a human being?
He's
fuck
never
does that
been
even
a
mean?
big eater. He's never been a big eater. I don't know how that happens. I don't understand.
What about
Some
Steve?
people's
I
only
feel
think
like
about-
Steve will throw down.
Steve will fucking throw it out.
Yeah.
But he's also like compulsive. Like he'll eat like a bag of oranges or a bowl of ice cream. Jay will never do any of that shit. First of all, Jay don't eat fruit. So, but
Jay don't eat fruit.
Jay don't eat fruit.
Jay don't eat fruit. He don't eat no fruit.
Hold on. Steve was eating so many oranges it was turning them orange.
It was. He had orange feet and soles. The soles of his feet and his palms were orange from so much oranges. He had to stop eating because he was turning into Trump.
Why would he eat so many oranges?
The carrots
really like
just,
them?
He would eat these like these little fucking.
Oh, like clementines.
He'd eat the whole goddamn bag. Because he didn't want candy.
How do you eat a whole fucking bag of oranges?
I don't know. You have a psychological deficiency.
Those cuties are pretty good.
Yeah.
So you good?
Those are pretty good though.
Yeah.
I think like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But a full orange, I don't know how you eat a bag of oranges. That's so much fiber and you get full after like 1.5.
I bet he was shitting his brains out.
Well, I don't know. I'm not his toilet, but he definitely has this compulsion. Like if there's candy, he'll eat all of it until it's gone.
Oh, he can't set it aside.
He can't ration
That's kind of like me a little.
Like if he was ever stuck.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Power Hello.
Should hit these with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously
Through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
What's up, YouTube? What's up, my little YouTubers? My little Rumblers? My little Facebookers? Thank you for being understanding that the 7 o'clock break. Sometimes I got it all done. I ate my meal.
How do you feel? Better?
Yeah, I do feel better, but like after you eat a meal, you still got a certain amount of de-mealing. Like you got
stuff in your teeth.
Yeah, you got stuff in your teeth.
Got to burp.
You got to cleanse your palate a few times. You got probably while you've eaten, you've created. Dan might be able to give me the medical term, but I feel like you've created some, more saliva. I think do you create saliva, Dan, while you're eating to help break the food down or stuff like that?
Yes.
I feel like
as soon as you start, hearing about food or smelling food, you start salivating. That's a normal
like
response.
A dog?
Yeah, we do.
So that's Pavlov's dog.
Mm-hmm.
So I choked down my meal in 6 minutes and 20 seconds, but it takes a certain amount of I'm still kind of
washing it down.
I'm surprised you didn't play parody.
I don't really have that many new ones. I could have played one, but they get old. I mean, on my parody show deal, I got 8 rows of teeth. Of course, you can. You know what? Let me. What I need? Can you and Macho Man just build me a Dan page?
Okay.
Just build me a Dan page, because what better to go than go and do a Dan video when Dan's here, because that really makes him. I don't know that any of the Dan parodies are anything bad about Dan. Like they're all about how rich he is, how big his penis is, how much money he makes.
No, I don't think there's any bad ones in there.
None of them are like, Dan.
And thank you, all you
Dan
parody songwriters,
Dan
for
is
all
a
those
narcissistic dick who most people hate.
That's
on
if
the
you wrote a
surface,
parody
but
about Dan.
deep down, the bottom line is he's really deep down in his heart, he's a really good guy. He really, genuinely is a good guy, but he puts on this narcissistic, arrogant front. But deep down, he's a softie. If
Can
you know
be both.
Yeah, but he doesn't show both very often. He doesn't show his soft side that often. Dan, would you not agree? At least on the air, you don't show your soft side. Now, yes,
and not to the Uber Eats drivers either.
Yeah, not to anybody. Or the Chicago hot dog bitch that put too much mustard on there.
Nope.
Or the bloomin' onion guy that undercooked that. Or the woman that told him to slow down in a exclusive South Tampa neighborhood and he flipped off and called her a C word.
Right.
No,
or the
none of that.
dumbass that serves me a cold steak.
Yeah. Dan doesn't show his softer side a lot.
No.
So if you could build me a Dan page, because all of them are about how cool he is and stuff like that. That would buy me buy me a little bit of time while I'm trying to choke my food down for the 7 o'clock break.
Do you want me to put the J one in there too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. And the Steve one.
And the Steve one, and the Arlene one.
Yeah, it could be like more of a Diaco page than a Dan page. But,
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know, Dan. There's a lot of them. I mean, how many does Dan have now? He has quite a bit. Even if if you go back to the, the one that like it's almost like
the best one.
Like it's almost
the
our Sweet
OG.
Yes.
The OG.
It's almost our show's Sweet Caroline.
Yes.
Everybody at we sing it every year at BARP. Like people just it's the one that everybody knows. Dr. Dan Diaco, he's a hero to me. He'll take a small chest girl from an A to a double D, handsome and rich, and he drives a Ferrari. Daniel, he's a star, and he makes a girl smile, whatever. But anyway,
smile.
I mean, how pathetic is it that we know that song? Like, how pathetic is that, huh?
That's awesome.
So anyway, a complete page of Dan would be great while I'm getting through my 7:00 meal. I went 19 hours and 31 minutes.
That's
awesome.
great.
Is it getting any easier? I feel like it's not.
No, yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
It is.
Good.
But
Do you
it's
feel
tough.
better?
It's tough. I'll tell you where you really start getting freaked. Like, noon is my last meal. Well, I try to be in bed by like 6:30, but at 5, when I'm starting my wind down routine, man, I just want to go to the kitchen and snack a little bit.
But wouldn't that mess up your regiment? Or no?
No.
It's already hit.
It's already, the regiment's already hit.
Fuzzy time.
Yeah.
90 minutes after his regimen, he can start eating again, and it won't affect it.
All right.
Yeah, but it'll affect my fasting.
Yeah.
So I just make myself stay in my bedroom. I just make myself stay there and be like, don't go to the kitchen, don't go to the kitchen, don't go to the kitchen.
I'm telling
so
you,
I just
tea
stay.
helps.
I just stay in there. Well, as soon as I go out there and make some tea, then that's next to some chips,
Biscuits,
and that's next to some
yeah.
leftover birthday cake, and then you start
You
excavating off the birthday
yourself.
cake, and then you got to have a glass of Fairlife milk to
so
wash that
good.
right on down to zero, and then you're like, oh man, I could use something sour right now. Then you go to your Sour Patch little gummy gimmick and get a little
clean
bit
your
of that, little bit of that, and then you're like. Next thing you know, you've probably grazed 500 to 600 calories.
Oh, easy.
You just on just finger grazing for and so I just got to stay out. I almost have to blow dart myself to stay in my bedroom and not go out there. And then when I first get up, if I go to the gym, all I drink's water and a Monster, and I work out, and then usually come right here from taking a shower there, and I'm just like, usually I would get something to eat, and now I'm just like, oh, I can't wait for 7 to get here. Like my hardest times are 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 3 a.m. to 7. Those are my 2 hardest times.
And what's the scale doing?
Oh, I'm doing good on the scale.
Okay, good.
I'm doing good on the scale. It's everywhere, and we'll have it in about 20 minutes. A live report from Israel with Jack Sanders.
Sandler.
Oh, okay.
Sandler.
Jack Sandler.
You can pull your heart out of your chest with his bare hands.
Yes, Jack Sandler.
Well, the site of one of the first and deadliest attacks this weekend was at an Israeli museum.
Now she
looks good roughed up.
Yeah, but here's the
She
deal.
looks good on the field.
Look where she's at.
Yeah, Tel Aviv, Miami.
So you put her there.
She's got high heels on underneath that fatigue.
You put her there so that she can officially say she's in Israel, but she's safe.
Yeah.
Right?
Music festival where thousands of mostly young people were dancing and celebrating with friends. Before it was over, at least 260 people were dead, while others are missing, believed to have been kidnapped. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb spoke with one of the survivors.
So they're at this is something
crazy.
Like just a young person's music festival that we have, hundreds of every weekend in our country.
Glow sticks and shrooms.
The party was still going.
Look at this.
That's actually a pretty good party too. They even got like a ceiling gimmick.
The sun rose over the
Look at
Negev
that.
desert in southern Israel.
Look at that.
Did you see them coming in?
Yeah, the
chaos.
paragliders coming in.
Yeah,
Did you see that over the horizon?
Over
They're just
the Negev desert in southern
there
Israel.
they
there they are. They're about to kill everybody. No one has
Israel.
any idea what's
Yeah.
happening.
Then chaos, as heavily armed Hamas gunmen, some on paragliders, made the festival one of their first targets, shooting into the crowd and grabbing as many captives as they could.
Oh, that's a guy. That's a guy. Look at one of these Hamas soldiers that are
Festival,
that
one of
are
their first
grabbing right here.
targets.
Hold on, right here. Look.
Shooting
That's a Hamas guy. I'm assuming
Grabbing an
taking
Israeli
this
kid.
guy
to the crowd and grabbing as many captives as
with
they
a gun.
Yep.
including 25-year-old Noah Argamani,
Ooh.
forced onto the back of a Hamas gunman's motorcycle. Her father, Yaakov, is desperate for her to return
Mom's
home,
pretty too.
but says Israel must not do so
I don't think that's probably her. It's probably not her mom.
Oh,
It's probably her sister.
okay.
force. Only by peaceful measures, he says. We need to act with sensitivity. Let's talk. Since Argamani's abduction, unverified video apparently shows her being held inside Gaza. As the brutal aftermath of Hamas's festival attack is laid bare, the remains of at least 260 people have now been recovered, according to a rescue group.
Now, again, this was heavily planned. They knew about this music festival. Like they just didn't happen. Hey, paraglide in. Oh, there's a music festival. No. They specifically targeted the music festival because they've been planning this for how long?
I think 2 years.
2 years.
Not a single electronic communication about it.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, it's the only way to, we pat ourselves in the back about our sophistication, but when you have over sophistication, then going back
you can get extra people. You guys can get people. You lose the security of your intel, right?
Mm-hmm. And if you go old school, you can beat it.
22-year-old Gal Levy barely managed to get out alive.
We heard the bullets like. Everybody started.
Hey, nice bicep, buddy.
Yeah, he's jacked.
I'm just saying. Nice. You're looking good, bud.
Levy was shot in both legs and shows us one of the bullets that was removed by surgeons.
So there's this poor dude, man, jacked up, just going to a music festival like Mach. Next thing you know, he gets shot in the leg 2 times. Lucky they didn't captivate or capture him or kill him.
But he doesn't know if he's ever going to walk again.
He says he's not sure if he'll ever walk again.
But they just.
I mean, yeah, true. That's the worst. But at least you're alive.
I know.
And you're not being hostage. They're doing beheading videos now.
It's really
They're doing
disturbing.
videos where they came in and took grandma and then killed grandma and then put it on grandma, took grandma's cell phone, and took pictures of grandma being dead and then posted them on grandma's Facebook. That's what Hamas is doing.
Left us over there. I was waiting 6 hours.
So you feel let down by the military, by the government?
Feel left down by the army.
No, I mean now you have Israeli citizens that are upset at their own country's inability to, or and arguably they have one of the, for the size of their country, they have one of the strongest, baddest ass militaries in the world. And
possibly the best for its size.
Yeah, like based on per capita,
Sure.
on how
the amount of
badass
weapons they
are.
have. Yes.
How bad they're very highly trained.
Yes.
And
just the technology.
It's very
well
much,
equipped.
And it's very prestigious. A lot of times we'll get retired Israeli, like they're equivalent to their Navy SEALs or something like that, come in and work for our military, and we're like, oh my God, this guy's a Israeli, 5-star Willie. We got this guy's badass. So the whole world recognizes how badass Israeli's military is, but they really got caught sleeping here, and there's a lot. This is a huge casualty count.
Yeah, but there was a Jewish holiday that like the military was half. It was like 50% on a holiday.
Yeah, still. I mean, I don't think the military can take holiday.
Yeah, they do.
No,
yeah,
I know. I
they
don't.
already said
Hold
the
on.
ones at
Lummy. Yes, I know they did. I'm saying I don't know if you are the military. I don't know that if you're the head, if you're the president of the, if you're the commander in chief, I don't know that you let military take. As many holidays.
When they're the most susceptible, like the Yom Kippur War, which they keep referencing, which was 50 years almost to the day before this.
I mean, you think Israel would learn?
That's the holiest day on the Jewish calendar.
I know, but they're like, listen, we're sorry, but, our military cannot celebrate that on that day. We just can't do it. We're too exposed. And it's happened once, in 72?
73.
73. When we've only been attacked 2 times.
No, there's lots of times.
Well, but the most deadly have been during this Yom Kippur deal.
Yeah,
right?
and then before that was the 6-Day War. And then
Really sure after the guy that came, the terrorist, they take our phone, that's it. I'm gonna die.
Now, Israelis try and come to terms with the horror so many have experienced. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned tonight a number of Hamas gunmen are still on the loose here inside Israel. Nora.
And like, again, Hamas doesn't have a uniform. It could be literally the guy that's, you're outside your house or whatever. I don't know, whatever your
The
situation.
Israelis and the Palestinians are genetically almost identical as groups.
Right.
So you cannot tell them apart. You literally cannot tell them apart. They all look identical.
That'd be like if America had a civil war. We all look the same, Americans,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And so without a uniform, you don't know what's up. To go with an accent. So until you hear them talking, because I'm sure the Palestinians speak differently than the Israelis.
They speak Arabic.
But they're genetically the same people. That's the irony of this. That's the absolute irony of all of this. All these people come from the same origins, and so they hate each other even though they're the same. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely
we're
ridiculous.
Pretty much the same way in our country too. We hate each other.
Yeah, but we don't know how have a common ancestry. And so what I'm saying is that the Israelis and the Palestinians are from a common ancestry genetically. And so for them to hate each other so much is just irony. But they hate each other.
Worse than ISIS, Hamas terrorists behead Israeli soldiers and then they've been posting it. Hamas has been denounced as savages, animals, butchers, as Israel unleashed strikes on on Gaza in response to the attack. I think this is there's no video to this because you couldn't obviously show it. But are they showing are they posting beheadings of Israel?
I think they are. That's why I saw someone posting on X that they, I guess we're taking them down or they weren't going to show them, but they're doing that and they're threatening to kill one hostage every time that Israel makes an airstrike against Palestinian citizens.
So anytime that Israel lobs over some bombs, which they need to, a lot,
right?
That Hamas is saying they're going to kill.
They're going to start executing hostages.
Their hostages.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if I go to words right now, we should have Jack Sandler.
Yep.
Perfect.
Jack Sandler, which is Anna's father's friend.
Best friend.
Equivalent to my Larry Plummer.
Yes, they've known each other since they were small kids in South Africa.
There you go. It's his Larry Plummer.
Yeah, and they both went to Israel. And Jack stayed,
Jack
obviously.
Sandler.
Yeah.
Write this down. Jack, so I don't mess his name up. Sandler. Perfect. And he is live in Tel Aviv. Mm-hmm. What does Jack do for a living?
I believe he teaches English.
Oh.
Yes.
He teaches our native tongue to Israelis?
Our native tongue is his native tongue because he's South African as well.
Oh, fantastic. So, yeah. A lot of great natural tonguings. Anyway, you can watch this is kind of a big deal. We're going to be have a visual Zoom with a guy named Jack Sandler, which is Anna's dad's equivalent to his Larry Plummer best friend. And is it nighttime over there?
No, it's it'll be 2:40 p.m. There's 7 hours ahead.
Afternoon. So he's knee deep in the afternoon.
Yes.
Fantastic. We'll do that next.
Bubba.
Throw me a phone, bitch.
Once again, he's showing off why he received a doctorate in spin execution and control.
Yes.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
That was a new one, Lummy.
Yes, it was.
Just fucking wait.
They pop up.
And then it's gonna flip. And my dad's like, then everyone's gonna be like, remember?
I've heard that from more than one person now.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Everyone from left to right seems to be on board with Israel. My dad was like, just fucking wait.
If you grew up in Israel and fought in the military and then moved to America, but you were still 30, 31 years old, and you went back, they'd put you right back in if you wanted to help, right?
If you wanted to help?
Yeah, they wouldn't force you, but they'd be like, yes, we'll take it.
You'd probably be part of the reserves, I would imagine. I know a lot of people that did that, not quite at 30, but I knew people who were in the States that I went to college with that were like, after I'm going to Israel, I'm going to be in the military. They felt a calling.
I'm sure they did.
They call them all up.
They said 300,000 set up there.
Yeah,
Oh,
they said like
beautiful.
90,
Harvard
98%.
organizations blame Israel for Hamas attack.
Yeah, they said 98% of the reserve showed up. Yeah.
Oh, he's there. Perfect.
They were saying that they were taking the people's phones that they were cutting their heads off and then sending it to their families through their social media.
Oh.
So their families could see it. He's right there.
Now they're saying that you can't Ukraine might have sold their weapons, some of their weapons that they got from us to Hamas.
Ukraine did?
Yeah.
Directly?
Yeah.
And then
To Hamas? They sold to Hamas?
That's what the
I believe it, I'm sure.
And they probably got some from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
I guess Israel, they're trying to tell them that when they get weapons to check the serial, give them the serial numbers.
Mm-hmm. They want to track them.
Hi, can you again?
Yeah, I think to find out that literally like.
Hey, Jack, we can hear you. We're going to be live in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
What? Ukraine? I'm sure they are. You think that's
So right
not
at 4
possible?
minutes. So thank you, Jack. We'll be with you soon.
The tomahawk, whatever, the shoulder huh? Yeah, they were giving a lot to the Ukraine.
What's Jack's wife's name?
Yael.
What's that?
Yael.
Jael?
Yael.
Huh? What? Who? What?
Yael.
Yeah.
Not Tridents.
The shoulder.
What are you talking about? Or I'm trying to remember the name.
It's Y-A-E-L.
Now, what is her? Does she speak English?
She's also South African.
Okay.
Everyone speaks English very well.
So really, amongst this whole deal, though, between you, Jack, Giel, and Philip, you're the only one that was actually born in Israel.
Correct.
Wow.
I don't know if Yael was born in Israel. I might have to ask her, but
I'm gonna bring that. I'm gonna bring that one
South
up.
Africa, but she's been there pretty much her whole life.
Out of all you people, the only one that was really born in the motherland is sitting right here in Florida.
And I'm the only one that can't speak Hebrew.
2 minutes and 42. 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
At least you gave back to the country.
Right? By leaving.
Yeah. You had a big footprint on your ass on the way out.
Yep. See ya, bitch. That one is a paper tiger. Get her out of here.
Javelin. That's what that was a trident. That's what that was a trident. No, he's talking about a missile name. The javelin.
Oh.
Short range ones.
At least
That's
that
a
your
trident.
track
There's
and
a
field
javelin.
sport.
1 to 3 points.
Do they even do that in college? Or?
Yeah, they do it. They do javelin.
I feel like that's just a liability.
They do it in college. Yeah, it's
Spearing
something
people in
about
the audience.
Olympics.
They do it in college. But you're not really
Look at my girl Jen Epstein. Whew.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good.
Jen Epstein. Dan, I know you probably can't talk about what you do, but does Gail Guayardo, is she a patient of yours?
I can't even say that really. To be
Okay.
honest with you.
Well, whoever her doctor is, I don't know who that individual may be, but whoever Gail Guayardo goes to is really got her dialed in.
Thank you.
On behalf of everyone.
On behalf of this lucky person.
I mean, yeah. So Dan, will you say thank you on behalf of whatever doctor it may be?
Wherever that doctor may be, yes.
I mean, it could be what's our boy could be Halperin, right?
Could be.
Could be you.
Could
but
be.
But it could be Dr. McGillicuddy too.
Could be.
I'm just thinking that he's making the medical.
Well, whoever Gail Guayardo's doctor is, she for 50. How old is Gail?
I don't know.
I know she's in her 50s.
Okay.
She looks great. All right, here we go, guys. Jack Sandler. The Jack Sandler.
Yael.
And Yael.
Yes! You did it.
I'll only do it once. Right once, because I will never be able to
circumcise a rhinoceros with his bare hands.
Yael.
Rushing down the Bears.
All right. Well, while you're on hold, when you're eating, the 6 minutes seems like it flies, but when you're on hold for a guest, it seems like it goes
Look at
Yeah, it's like a
Janet's little bit
treadmill
of
minute
cleavage.
versus a microwave minute.
Look at this. Is that a necklace or cleavage? On her.
I think it's a necklace, Bubs.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And Anna, standing by is your dad's best friend.
Yes.
And his lovely wife. Hold on. Let me see if I can pronounce it. Is it Yael?
Yes.
I'll only do it once right. Jack, this is Bubba, and I got I have Anna, and I have a guy named
Hi,
Lummy.
Jack.
Lummy's kind of the
Hello.
dumb guy.
Yep.
And then we got a guy named Dr. Dan Diaco, and he's a doctor and a lawyer, kind of a narcissistic kind of prick. And then we got a guy named Rhett, and he's a redheaded American that is attached with holds his dog all the time. And then a bodybuilder named Macho Man, who looks like the late, great Macho Man Savage. So that's kind of the makeup of this wacky show. And I know that you are, one of your best friends is Anna's dad, Philip. And that's how we got you on the air today. So, and Jack, and the infamous Jack Sandler is a school teacher, I think, of American English or just English?
Just
Do they have Jack? Do they have when you teach English? Is it American English or just proper English?
Hi, Bubba. In Israel, we teach American English. Although Philip and I we were brought up with American English, with the British English in South Africa, but here we teach American English.
So is British English and American English that much different? Is British English more proper and Americans a little more slangy?
Yes. You're quite right. Yeah. You know, we tend to feel that the British English is less lazy,
more formal.
Well, like you guys say, like, you know, if you're going to have sexual relations, I think they call it shagging, and maybe proper English and American English calls maybe some with the F word that we can't say. So maybe we're a little more barbaric, the American English.
It's not something we teach at school anyway.
You mean not the F word? You don't teach the F word in school?
No, we don't.
Now, Jack, can you teach some slang? Like, I mean, you know, like, can you like for instance, like a car? Sometimes it's in the slang world they would call it a whip. You know, do you guys break it down like that, or is it just straight by the book?
Well, look, we teach slang, but it's let me give you an example. So, you know, like you'd say to a guy like, "Howdy, man, how you doing?" Turn it off. Sorry. You could like say howdy, you know.
Howdy.
And we'd say that's very American.
Well,
maybe even
howdy. So hold on, Jack. You guys, howdy is really slangy for you guys. Here in America, American interpretation of howdy is kind of like you're stupid if you say that. So don't be teaching that anymore, Jack, because you don't want your students to come over here and be stupid. But anyway, Jack, we got a lot of other issues to talk about than what the type of English that you teach at the school that I'm assuming is probably closed down right now, right?
That's true. So tomorrow they're opening up again, God willing, hopefully, and we'll see how it goes. Let's see how it progresses.
Jack, don't you think that I mean, we're getting reports, and again, you know, what we're only getting reports of what the American media is feeding us. So they're really spinning like the way we're seeing it. This is a very bad thing. Like this is a very barbaric, bad, unstable, maybe very, very scary thing that you guys are going through, and they're doing things like they've taken hostages and they've threatened every day that you guys launch bombs over there, they're going to kill a hostage. And I mean, what does the average Israeli think about this? Do you think that your government's slow playing it, or you guys need to be doing more, or like what does the average Israeli think about their government or about this whole situation?
So first of all, I would look at it like this, you know. What it took a long time to manage to get in and free everyone, and as you're probably hearing, a lot of Israelis are very upset about that. It took how long? Maybe a whole day,
3 days
or 2 days. And of course, someone's going to have to answer for that. Okay?
Right.
We do understand that, but we put that aside at the moment. And the main thing now is to clear this whole thing up and make sure that we're not just trimming the grass, because every time this happens, we have a war with the Hamas. We neutralize them, and then start again. And so Israel has decided no more trimming the grass. We're just going to finish this off now.
But I mean, does that mean does that mean going in there and kicking some ass? I hope so, because I think anything short of that, I think putting a Band-Aid on this situation, and we need to talk, and we need to this and that, and to go. I think they need to put this chapter is officially over on this thing, and I think they need to come in strong and hard and quickly. That's what we think.
But does that mean obliterate the Gaza Strip and take out all the Palestinian settlers there and just evacuate them or expel them? What does that mean?
What does that look like for you guys?
Well, what I would imagine is that, look, they got almost 2 million Palestinians living there, and I'm sure that Israel's aim is not with the population; it's with the people who are ruling there, and it's a very big problem because they are not like the West is used to. You can't reason with them. They have their ideology. It's very, very difficult. So they say make peace with the Palestinians. But that's very, very difficult for a country that doesn't recognize Israel, a country that teaches hatred towards the Jews, a country that doesn't even have Israel on their map. So how do you actually deal with these people?
You can't. I don't think part of the Hamas charter, isn't it to obliterate Israel? And so it's like, how do you
change that mentality?
Delegate with those people. Yeah,
they're like wired that way, and there's
they don't want a two-party state.
Can't change the wiring of a person. You can't.
Okay, so that being established, if they're all wired that way, you can't change them. You every time there's a pimple, you pop it, but the infection is still underlying there. Then it sounds like the only thing they can do to ultimately and permanently resolve it is to obliterate the Gaza Strip.
I mean, do you think
and displace all those people from it and make them go to the West Bank or somewhere else, some other country like Iran?
I mean, Jack, is that? I mean, that's really the only way to do it, and that's not pretty. I mean, really, that's bad. But I mean,
it's like, what other option do you have?
But you have no other option, and so the world has to understand. I know that we're your obviously we're a huge ally, but the world has to understand that this you have to cut the head off this evil snake, or it's just going to keep growing back. In my opinion.
Yeah, Bubba, I agree. I mean, imagine if you guys were sitting with a terrorist group just outside your country and they were firing rockets every 3 years or 4 years or whatever it is. What would you do?
Yeah, even though we're highly polarized on our president here. A lot of people. That's but the one thing that I think Americans would come together is, regardless of who is our leader, militarily wise, we're never going to let anybody do that. Regardless of who's in office, I think formally, I think we have enough checks and balances in place for militarily people. We would not allow that. So why isn't how you say that, guys? The president of Israel's name? I always
just say Bibi.
Bibi. Why isn't Bibi making the Strip a parking lot like high noon tomorrow? I mean, like just blowing it right off, just blowing it right to hell.
Because Israel is such a small country, we're not strong and big like the Americans. We have to consider Iran coming in, Syria, Iraq, every little peeps. We have to be very, very careful. And I think America now realizes that if the whole area gets involved, so it's a big problem. There might be a big, big war in the Middle East, which could affect the rest of the world. So now we are trying not to get anyone else in. And if we go too extreme, then there are a lot of consequences to the whole world.
So as unstable as that is, and we wholeheartedly agree with you, is that all eyes are watching what happens here and who gets involved and who sneaks in where and who does what. It's just all a big chess match. But the bottom line is that makes it so unstable, such an unstable country, and you guys have to be just a nervous wreck that not knowing. I mean, I don't even know why they're out. I mean, I wouldn't have school open tomorrow just because you don't know what's going to happen. I would have everybody locked and down. You don't know the person that's walking. I don't know, in Tel Aviv, it may not be nearly like it is in other parts of Israel. In fact, I think you guys are the Miami of the country. You guys are kind of on your own little thing down there. But I got to think that I can't believe they're making you go back to work tomorrow. I can't believe it.
You know, I just want to say something, Bubba. You know, in the past, we've been trying to negotiate with the Palestinians, the Hamas leadership. There's not really anyone to talk with, and any time that we did we retaliated, the world would come down on us and say, you know, this is enough, and you're overstepping your boundaries. There's too much violence, too much. What do they call it?
Killing.
Indiscriminate, and whatever it is. But I think the Hamas has just shown the whole world who they really are. And I mean, you can't stop Israel from doing what they have to do now in face of what they've just done. I mean, killing of civilians, children, women,
babies,
old people.
I think they're worse than ISIS, because I don't remember seeing them killing children in front of the camera and old people, and they're just inhuman.
And I mean, and then they're using social media as a weapon as well to broadcast their how much of a barbaric mentality they have, which just makes things, you know, get more distribution, more people seeing it, you know, it's just more people scared. It's just it's really a mess. And what's your government telling you with regards to, like, are they telling you we'll have this thing done soon? Are they saying that, you know, we have to be careful because the rest of the world's watching us? We have to be swift and quick. Like, what are they telling you guys?
Well, the government we don't really trust, but the army we trust.
Right.
Now that the army's taken over in command and will see to all the security measures have to be taken, so we really trust the army, and we feel we're in good hands. At the government people are saying there's no government now. There's no one. We don't see the MPs. We don't see anyone. It's the army taking over, and they're fighting.
They're forming an emergency government now, so the opposition is coming in as well.
Only on security measures,
which is very good.
So they're like trying to divide you, like people in Israel. Are they trying to divide? The government's trying to divide you guys, or is it just, I don't understand quite?
No, the government isn't trying to divide us, but because we have a very left-wing government, because
right-wing.
A very right-wing government. So all of a sudden, we have the religious on the one side, and we have the secular on the other, and so what's happening is that they have their agenda, and they are the minority in the country.
Who?
The religious.
Yeah, but they're the majority in the parliament.
Oh yeah, they're the majority, but the minority is.
You guys sound like you guys have just as big a mess over there as we do politically. Like our president is barely alive. We got the other dude who used to be here who was absolutely insane, and so I think every country is a little bit messed up.
That wants democracy, but democracy has its problems, issues that haven't been resolved, and too much power and too much democracy and liberalism and people saying what they want is also a problem. It has its problems, and we're seeing it a lot in America. We watch what's happening in your country with democracy. It's a problem.
Now,
go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, please.
Are a lot of people upset with the government and especially the intelligence community for missing this? Because it seems like it was like a huge oversight that was right underneath their nose for apparently years, people training. Or does this just happen from time to time because they're intercepting so much intelligence all the time that, you know, sometimes things slip through the cracks? But this was a big one.
This was a big one, same as the Yom Kippur War. I was a young girl. I was in high school when the Yom Kippur War broke out, and I remember vividly, we didn't know what was happening. And at that time, you couldn't really say there was left and right and Bibi. And sometimes in 50 years, I mean, you it happens that you miss something, but we mustn't let it build up. We have to learn. And just as you said, Bubba, I think this time we've just had enough, and we just have to finish them off completely.
And it's not going to be, and the world needs to, but the world needs to realize that's not going to be pretty. That's not going to be pretty. And so it's not. I don't think the Israeli people have a problem with how barbaric or unpretty it is. I'm worried about the other woke society that's going to think that this was a little too barbaric and too much force. But I don't think you have any other options.
We don't have options, and we're very pleased that America sent us some support, like real physical support with boats and all kind of missile airplanes and aircraft carriers. And we feel that America's really by our side, and we need Europe and America to really give us help. Watching Ukraine, what it went through, doesn't give us too much confidence that if we're on our own we can manage. But we really need support from the liberal world. We've to feel it. We have help.
Didn't Biden said that he absolutely will wholeheartedly full steam ahead, right? Didn't he say that in unwavering support?
Yeah,
whatever you need.
So it's time to put your money where so Biden needs to put his money where his mouth is, and we need to start using some of our jets and stuff to bomb bomb them. We got to get involved in this. Unfortunately, we have to.
Yes, for sure. And if Iran wakes up, also in Iran, we've been asking for a long time help to solve the problem with Iran, because we see it building up there as well. They the worst evil people. You can't even call them people in the world. And at the moment, America's in second thoughts. Shouldn't we interfere? That's what happens. Eventually, they get you if you don't do anything.
So we obviously are raised in two different parts of the world, and get different news and different. I'm sure what you hear somewhat may be different than what I hear on the news that's delivered to me versus you. But I think the one thing that we all agree on is, and I think the news is telling you that is the same as us, is that the Iranian people are the public enemy number one. They are some of the most ruthless people in the world, and we just did. And so this kind of really is not. We just did business with them like 2 weeks ago. Gave them unfroze $6 billion of their assets and did a prisoner swap. So that might have been a bad move on our behalf. That might have helped fuel this attack, I think.
I think so too. They paying for everything.
Right.
The people in the Gaza Strip don't have a penny to their name, and one of the reasons they're prepared to fight and kill themselves is so that their families will have food. And Iran is giving the money for this. Definitely, Iran at the moment is really the worst enemy. The worst. I can't even call them people. I don't think they're human beings. They're something very bad.
Bubba, I want to just say something, and that is, I can't understand how the world can see what Iran is doing and not stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. And I heard Biden say the other day that country will never get a nuclear weapon. I've heard Bibi say that.
Well,
what do you do? You got to go in for a military strike. There's no other way to stop it.
And haven't we already fought them? Didn't we already fight Iran?
Well, we have attacked their nuclear, and we have assassinated their nuclear engineers.
Yeah.
Last 6
Can
to 8
you
years.
imagine what the world's going to look like when they do get a bomb? Can you imagine? It's not just Israel. It's very, very, very likely that America is going to be in a very bad position with them. And what about a fight to get nuclear weapons in the Middle East now? Saudi Arabia is going to want it. Everyone wants to protect themselves. It's just crazy.
And this is for everybody in my studio right now. But it's interesting to see how. People of Israel are like, hey, America, why aren't you guys doing more? Why aren't you more proactively policing Iraq and Iran? Why aren't you guys? Why? You're the superpower of the world. Why are you sitting here being lazy and letting these people, get behind these various things?
Well,
I think that's what the world thinks. What we're not doing.
But the current administration in America is more friendly towards Iran than the Trump administration had been. Just like the Biden the Obama administration made it easier for Iran to thrive and do business and to actually advance their nuclear arsenal. So it's a weird dynamic because you have the thought process of Obama/Biden, which enables Iran, versus the thought process of Trump, which was trying to quell Iran. We both understand that Iran strong is dangerous for the Middle East, but the Biden administration hasn't done a damn thing to make things harder for Iran. And in fact, by giving them $6 billion for humanitarian purposes, frees up their other $6 billion they needed to feed their people for problems like this and to fund terrorism and
also to create a template.
Problems.
And we also feel, guys, that by doing business with them just a couple weeks ago, we gave the template to Hamas on how the new era of war is to take hostages, because that's currency. And that's what gets people all riled up on. People don't get as mad when you blow a building up, but when you blow a building up but you take your wife and your children and your daughters hostage, and you're pasting their images all over social media and things like that, like it's a whole different strategy of war that we've never seen before. I don't think globally that we've never seen a war fought where they can take your hostages and put it up on social media, and you can get how they're killing people, not from the news, but from grandma's social media account. So I mean,
right. And it looks like we're very eager to negotiate with terrorists by happily giving back their prisoners.
Meanwhile, Israel, we perceive Israel as Americans as you guys are some of the most highly trained, best per capita, have the best military in the world with regards to training and toughness and grit. And so to be an Israeli soldier or an Israeli army, whatever, we really hold them in very globally, at least as Americans, we think when you think of an Israeli, you're like, wow, that guy's a badass. But, you guys can't fight the entire world. You can't fight all four directions. And I think we need to come in and I think Biden could really better himself strategically and with Americans if the harder he came in and helped Israel. In my opinion, I think it could help his approval rate. Don't you think? I mean, you can't mess it up any more than he already has, right?
It's kind of true.
So I mean,
But don't you have the opposition inside your country? People that would object. I don't know much about American politics.
Yeah, of course they will. There'll be a lot of people bitching about it, but it's the right thing to do, and I think that it's not strategically what our president may want to do, but it's consensually what our country wants. We want to help Israel. We want to go in there. I think the average American opinion is let's send everything we can over there and blast the hell out of these bad guys.
I don't think so. I was actually
the whole world is shivering and worrying about Iran becoming a nuclear power. And so if America does go in, it'll be an amazing thing. And by the way, just want to say something, that they've been trying to kidnap Israelis for a long, long time. And the Israeli, what do you call it? The Shabak and whatever. Intelligence have been really on top of it. And, it just takes one time like it did now. But I think we've done an amazing job all the way through until now. But you know what they say, you stop 2000 and one gets through and everyone talks about it.
Right.
And that's the way.
So, Anna, you differ? You think that our country, what do you think that there's an opposing opinion compared to what I think?
Oh, yeah. For real?
I would say
Definitely
I was talking to my dad about this last night, and I was like, man, this is the first time in a long time where the mainstream media seems to be on the side of the Israelis. And when I said that to my dad was like, just wait. He was like, just wait, because the retaliation is going to be so great that it's going to flip, and then everyone is going to go back on, trying to protect the Palestinians.
Are you for real? I don't understand how you could flip on this one. It's a no.
Oh my God! Have you seen all the protests like around town here or in New York where it's like pro-Palestine? Yeah, even AOC, even people in our government.
No, but I mean, I haven't seen.
Always been against the Jewish
I know,
people.
but this is crazy.
But Palestinians.
But hold on.
I mean, they voted for the Hamas. They are their leaders, and now they should suffer for a bad choice. But now everyone feels sorry for them. We've cut their water, we've cut their electricity,
fuel,
and the fuel, and they will be, how do you say, miskanim, Anna? They will really be very they will look very
SOL. Oh.
Yeah, and as long as we are the ones that are suffering, everything's okay. But once they become suffering,
I think how do you say the woman's name, Mana?
Yael.
I think Yael's got. I think she's got it. She's got the formula down. Put her in charge. That's what I'm saying. That's the one that's speaking. She's the one that's speaking the toughest. Ready to go kick some ass. That's what I mean. That's what needs to be done. And those who don't like
we
it.
don't have choice. I'm a kind person, and I think we've really tried everything. We've tried to feel sorry for them, to help them, to let them come work inside Israel, to give them water, to give them fuel, to give them everything, to sign treaties with them. We've tried everything, but it just shows they just got bigger and meaner and more forceful and more determined to destroy us because they think we're weak.
So what happens? So what happens if we, as America, half-ass this like we do everything? I mean, for real, like we are half-assed Ukraine. Either you come in or you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if this is our next Ukraine and we don't really pull the trigger and put an exclamation mark at the end of this thing, like we can, and we just try to play nice and just try to, and I think it really is going to be bad for Israel.
Bad for Israel. Everything has always been bad for Israel, but we know how to protect ourselves. So maybe at the beginning, the first few days, it looks bad for us, but there's so many brave people and so many people that love Israel. People are like everyone, old people, like retired from the army, they're going back with guns and they're fighting the terrorists and they're rescuing people. And there's so much love at the moment and unity, and people are prepared to give their lives. Every single person is prepared to give his life. It's amazing. And this is Israel at its best. And this unites us. And we say, and we believe that if we are united, no one can beat us.
This is kind of similar to our 9/11. And the fact that we as Americans came together in our darkest hour and said, there were people that were re-enlisting into the military and things like that. And, we all were like Johnny, we're real rah America. We all came together. And it sounds like this is that moment for Israel. But is it being managed right by Bibi? Can Bibi manage this patriotism right so that you can maybe get some more people to like your people that want to re-enlist and things like that? Is Bibi the leader to do that?
No, but Gantz is. You know Gantz. And Gantz and Bibi now will get together, and hopefully we trust Gantz. I mean, we, the liberals, the left wing, we trust Gantz. He's been a wonderful army guy, and he's shown his honesty. He doesn't want anything for himself. He only cares about the best for Israel and the citizens. And now they're going in together, and I think that will help us. That will save us.
So you guys got a guy that runs the army, and his name is Gantz.
Benny Gantz.
No,
So he
at the moment he's in the government. He finished with the army. He retired, and he was a big general. And now he's in the army. He leads one of the main parties in the opposition.
Oh, okay. So he's equivalent to like maybe what our Donald Trump would be.
I don't know. What do you think? He's more modest. He's more modest.
Well, no. I don't mean with regards to like his personality. No, not with regards to with his air. Like Trump's an arrogant asshole. Let's just be honest. Trump is a narcissistic ego. But probably has a better political position on how to deal with this situation than perhaps the current guy.
Yes. I think with Bibi Netanyahu, it's just that he's hooked up with the religious crowd, and it's just very different to and he had no choice,
Yeah, but he doesn't value.
So he has to. There's a lot of compromise that he has to do, and he's really being held back. And I believe if the government had been more central, then I think it would have been much better for him and everyone else. But now that they're forming the coalition, I think things will be much better. And I do believe that Bibi's a very, very clever man. He's a statistician. He's amazing, I think, in my eyes.
Right.
Okay. It's just that the time and the place is just not right for him to give his best. That's my opinion.
Now, again, do you guys feel as if your success in this whole thing relies upon how heavily we get involved. And back to what I said, like, what if we half-ass this and don't get involved? What happens, you think?
We think we can wipe them out, but if Iran comes in, God forbid, that's a different story.
Yeah, I think
we can handle Gaza. We can handle them, but not, I don't know, if, something more general, open, develops international, then it's a real problem.
Why do you think you don't see the same level of problems coming out of the West Bank? Like, why is it specifically Gaza? Is that just because that's where, like, Hamas headquarters are, or,
Yes, they got more weapons. They're much more, they're like an army. In the West Bank, they haven't got
There's no
weapons.
Hamas in the West Bank, or?
Not a lot, not
a
yet.
lot.
If they burn up, they will have.
Oh, okay.
But Hamas is
I guess-
burning up in Gaza for much longer. No,
It's probably
that's
because the situation there is maybe more dire, so people are more willing to go to extreme measures.
So let me ask you a question, guys. When we were fighting ISIS, we had a definitive bad guy leader. I mean, wasn't it Osama bin Laden?
No, that was Al Qaeda.
I mean, okay, but wasn't Osama bin Laden? That was the guy we were looking for, right?
Yes.
And he was, public enemy number one.
He was the mastermind behind 9/11.
He was the mastermind behind. So, with Hamas, is there a particular one person that claims to be the leader that
the guest? It's like his name is the guest. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We talked about it yesterday, but
I'll find.
I was going to let Jack and old girl answer for me. Is there a definitive leader that you guys know of? Like, have they identified it?
They're not there. They're the first to run out of the country. There's no one there. No, they're living in other countries, Hania and guys like that. But they are the real leaders are the Iranians.
Yeah.
Those are the real leaders. Telling them what to do, giving them money, and they're pushing them to do these things. And we believe in Israel that the Iranians gave them the whole plan. They gave them the whole plan, stage by stage, what to do and how to plan this massacre in Israel. We believe it came from Iran.
Does the name Mohammed Daif, D-E-I-F?
Yes, Mohammed
they said he's quote the guest, the Palestinian mastermind behind the deadly Israeli incursion.
Yes, he's one of them, but
Okay.
he couldn't plan this whole thing on his own.
I see.
Without backup and support, he couldn't do it. They're not big enough. They're not, they're not qualified for such big attacks like
And
that.
that's why I think this went through the way it did, because Israel understands what Hamas is capable of, and of course this was above and beyond what we expected because of the Iran involvement.
How much longer do you, in Europe, living there, being there, experiencing this, how long do you think this is going to last?
It's a long time.
Really?
If they're going to flatten everything, it's going to take months.
We don't want casualties. We don't want soldiers, too many casualties. And we've got time if we're fighting in their area. I think personally, I'm no general or anything, but I did live through three wars in Israel. So I think we should take our time this time and just do it slowly and just clean it out.
More like more cherry pick, where know where they are, get them, kill them, eradicate them.
Evacuate their front lines, the bordering areas to us. Just evacuating. If there's no water and no electricity, maybe they will evacuate themselves. That would be wonderful if they just went into the desert. A lot of them are already in the Sinai. I mean, we have to get back to them, the Sinai. So let them take it now and live there if it's so good for them.
I think she needs to be. I think she needs to tell Bibi to step aside and she run the whole show. That's what I'm telling you right now.
I wish someone would listen to me in the government. But I'm the average citizen in Israel, a liberal, we represent the average people. No one listens to us. It's only the extremists, unfortunately.
It's like, I think maybe their political definitions
Kind of
are completely opposite of ours, I think. I think conservatives are their liberals and liberals are our conservatives. I think
it might be that way.
I think so. So Dan,
I think they mean like secular. When they say liberal, they mean like not religious.
Right. Okay.
No, not really.
Yeah, conservative is sectarian.
Okay.
The liberal is more secular.
Okay, perfect. So, but then we would be more liberal.
Right.
We would be. So, Dan, did you have a question for the Jack Sander?
Yeah, I mean, the value of a Palestinian versus the value of an Israeli is markedly different. There was a prison swap where they actually traded over 1,000 Palestinians for one Israeli soldier. So the Israelis don't really value the Palestinian lives as much. And if they lost, 1,000 to them, if they lost 1,000 Israelis, then losing 10,000 or 100,000 or 1 million Palestinians is justified. So I fear that they are going to literally mow through the Gaza Strip and just really eradicate everyone, which I understand. But they're all, you can't differentiate between civilians and the military because it's a military that wears no uniform, that uses the ambiguity of who's bad and who's good to their advantage, hides among everyone, but then again, everyone's also complicit and enables them. So there's an argument that the Israelis can make that everybody's guilty, that everybody's Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and you should kill or displace 100% of them, which is what will happen if there's any chance to solve this, because they're never going to get better because they instill it from birth that the Jews and Israel are bad and must be destroyed. And until that mentality is erased, which it can't be because it's taught from day one, then you have to obliterate. And I just don't see how that gets
like international
rectified
support.
internationally. Yeah.
Like how that gets approved is what you're trying to say.
How do you get to that end?
They're not looking for approval, it looks like.
No, I
this
know.
time around,
And on top of what you're saying, we've got the element of the hostages. Don't forget, and
Right.
and we'll have to see how that's going to play out. It's going to make things much worse.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
we have to see what's going to happen with that.
Not easy in the Middle East.
No,
But we don't want to kill all the Palestinians. First of all, women
You
and
don't?
children. No, in Gaza. I'm talking about Gaza. Women and children are a different story. Old people, they should be evacuated. We're not even thinking about them. Not like them, that they took her old. I don't know if you saw this old lady of 85 with her helper, and they took her hostage with her little wagon. What do you call it? The little
Walker.
car. And they took pictures of her with the guns with this old lady, 85. She can't even walk. So I mean, you can't compare. We would let them go first out of there.
Do you
And
think?
we just want to get the Hamas finish their military abilities.
But
Hamas, we say, is an idea. It's a belief. It's a religion. And you can't really get rid of that. But
No.
get rid of any military ability, no capabilities whatsoever to produce weapons, and get rid of their leaders and finish them off.
And to fight against Israel, right?
Yeah, and just wipe out any kind of military evidence.
Jack, do you got a gun, Jack? Are you allowed to own a gun? Like, do you have a gun?
Hard to own a gun.
I don't have a gun, but no. When I came to Israel, I had to leave my gun behind, and I never applied for a gun. I didn't think I needed one.
Right.
But you know what? What's been going on in Israel, and even before this period of time, we've had a lot of attacks with knives and with shootings and Palestinians going by with their motorbikes and indiscriminately just shooting people, and it's a good idea to have a gun in Israel right now. It is a very good idea.
I saw only 2% of civilians have guns. But then again, there's so many people in the military. Like my dad would, say, so many people in the military walking around with guns that I know a lot of Israelis feel safe.
Phil,
because there's guns everywhere in sight.
Jack, I got a couple extra guns. If I shipped one to you, I mean, would that be illegal, guys? If I shipped a gun over to Jack?
It's a giant shotgun.
Yes. So many guns internationally.
I mean, we got a Desert Eagle 50. I mean, we got some badass guns.
You've got too many weapons. You have too many weapons.
Dan, if I gave one of my guns and you gave one of your guns, and Jack could have an arsenal. But
are we gonna have a gun drive, Bubba?
Yeah, let's have
gun
a
drive.
Yeah, on the air.
I want to tell you a secret.
What's that?
Jackie's a second Dan karate. He used to be a second Dan karate fighter. So now, being 70 years old, I'm not sure what he could use of that, but somehow I feel a little safer with him around.
Yeah, but I mean, no, I really appreciate you supporting your man. I appreciate you supporting your man, but the karate only goes so far when the other guy's got a gun. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
or a sword.
That's true.
I mean, it's like you get into your karate stance like you're going to be real badass, and the guy just, gets a pistol out and shoots you in the face.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not great against a grenade.
Well, listen, Jack, I mean, we as Americans are obviously. I'm not even a Jewish or
you got a yarmulke.
No, I mean I got a fake yarmulke that you try to have me wear just to cover my bald spot up. But anyway, I don't know. I think my opinion is we should help Israel out as much as we can, and with maybe even having to flank that with something in Iran. But I don't know if that's the way all of the country feels, and we gotta help them. I don't know if this is obtainable quickly without our help. I mean, right?
Yes. I think now that that this thing has happened and really shown the whole world what they really are, and I think now's the time to use it and do whatever we can to eliminate the danger once and for all, like in Iraq. Iraq isn't so dangerous anymore, and we just have to finish them off in Iran, and then everything, I think, will sort out. We can sort out the Middle East, the Arabs in the middle, the Muslims in Gaza.
Would I be arrested if I went to the post office and sent a gun to Jack? Like, would they come get me for that? Like, is that illegal?
There are so many very strict rules about shipping firearms internationally, and I don't know what the actual specific rule is for Israel. I imagine Israel's one of those places you probably could send one to.
Just use the return address Hunter Biden.
You have to ask for
I
don't think I could go to the post office and
collect it.
You probably wouldn't write their gun, right?
No, you pack it inside of a teddy bear. You pack it inside of a teddy bear.
Inside of a tinfoil teddy bear. So when they metal detected it, they wouldn't be able to see nothing, and it'd just be in a stuffed animal.
We can buy guns, definitely, but we're not allowed to. We don't have a license.
I know, but we'll just ship you one.
I learned to shoot in the army. I was quite a good shooter. I got a medal, a 3rd place or something somewhere, and I could shoot. If I had to, I would shoot.
I know. You're the type of person that needs a gun. You and Jack need guns.
Yes, exactly.
We have laws here in America where you can carry your gun. Like Jack, you could maybe take your gun to school too. I mean, to protect you. No guns. No guns there.
Do you both think that America is a pretty violent place? Because when you're not used to a certain type of violence, like we're like, oh man, I always used to think, oh man, terrorists are always blowing up buses, or you have Hamas situations and all that sort of stuff. But do you think that we're very violent because you hear about all the school shootings and whatnot? So
I want to just tell you, my children, when they were young and even now, and any child can walk around in Israel almost anywhere and feel safe. And of course, if you come across a terrorist, you're in trouble, right? But besides that, it's so safe.
At school, it's one of the safest places in Israel, schools.
Yeah, they don't have school shootings over there, I don't think. They don't. I mean, they don't. Only us.
So, do you think that America is like a pretty violent place, like of what you hear in the news? Does it seem that way?
Yes, terrible. It sounds terrible that you're allowed to buy weapons. Everyone can buy a weapon. That sounds terrible.
They're giving disturbed people weapons, and there are a lot of disturbed people that are walking around there with guns. So
now,
that's interesting.
How about abortion? Is abortion legal over there?
Abortion is legal, yeah.
Yeah, abortion is legal. Of course, the religious people are trying to change all the laws now.
Yeah.
That they came in strong into the government, and they're trying to change everything. But we're demonstrating, and it's helping all the demonstrations. It's helping. But to me, I want to tell you, it was obvious that something very bad has to happen and will happen to reunite Israel. There were signs, the hatred. Yeah, we definitely needed. It's terrible to say, but I was expecting something very bad to happen. It was just in the air. It was just like when Rabin was murdered. That happened after. Also, we had a lot of internal problems, and then the country united, and we had a few years of now it started again, and now something bad had to happen, because otherwise, I don't think Israel could exist.
Do you think this
could have been a civil war?
This might be the worst thing. This might be the worst attack of Israel ever. I probably am thinking so.
Yeah, it is.
Civilian
but it's brought
attack.
us together.
Yeah.
It's brought us together. Just before this, the country was kind of being pulled apart from both sides.
Yeah, we saw
and by the
that.
way, as we're talking, we're listening to
the bombs.
To the bombs that are actually falling, or it might even be the
they say they're falling in Gaza, the Iron Dome. We can hear boom.
Yeah,
boom,
right
boom.
now.
Really?
They just started again. They just started
They
again.
started. But we feel quite safe because we get in Tel Aviv, we get the alarm going a few minutes before and we go down to the shelter.
Man,
and
you
we
guys
feel
are
safe.
you guys are far more tougher as a society than we are. I mean, like if we were being bombed, everybody would be such a bunch of little bitches. You know what I'm saying, Anna?
They're doing TikTok dances.
The Israelis, they're so
Get
tough.
down.
The Israelis are so tough. They're like, yeah, they're going to give us a warning horn, and we got a couple minutes to get down to the shelter. No big deal. Yeah. We would be like, what's gonna happen?
We trust the army. I trust the army 100%.
Don't forget, people over here in Israel, they do 3 years. The boys do 3 years of army. The women do 2 years of army. The guys here at the age of 50 have been through 2 wars already. So, this is
the citizens know what to do.
The one good thing about us being so violent and barbaric over here, though, where everybody has a gun, is that we would never see this happen in our country because everybody, like I own 10 guns. Dan, how many guns do you own? 40?
No problem.
But what I'm saying is, like, we are so heavily privately armed that if any
foreign invasion,
any type of invasion by some incel, just whatever, we would just blow them. We all have guns. We would just blow them away. We would.
So how do you explain the shooting in the schools?
Well, that's just I'll tell you what that really is. That has to do with our inability to help these children at a young age when they're going through elementary school. Mental health. We used to really, really take a lot of pride in trying to diagnose problematic kids and work with them through therapy. And now when a kid's bad in elementary school, we put them on Ritalin and all these medications and it screws them all up. So most of the shooters that you see, it's kind of the same template. It's a 16 or 17-year-old outcast.
Absent parents didn't get attention as a kid, and they're looking for that attention.
Usually, somewhat medicated on some type of medication, loner that we used to be able to try to get some help to, that we now don't help because we're so whatever. And now that's the problem we have, is the fact that we've really lost our way with diagnosing kids and treating them at a young age with mental health issues. We just hop them up on medications now.
But what's the problem to put a guard in like we have at the schools? There's a guard.
Yeah, we have
guards.
Sometimes they're pussies.
Yeah, we have a guard, but a lot of times they'll come in through a different area or
with Nicholas Cruz, the guy just left like he was a little bitch about it.
We've had 2 instances.
You can't just walk in at different entrances.
We have proper how do you say walls? Like protecting.
Yes, it's completely protected.
No one can go in.
Well, we're getting there. We're getting to that. Where we're kind of locking our schools down a little bit more. But a lot of the rural schools, don't have that technology or mentality.
You need to build a wall or proper spiky whatever.
Hey, listen, don't start telling me how to do it. I'm on your page, okay? I'm all about you. I'm trying to help you guys. Don't worry about our schools. Let's worry about you guys.
Yeah, are you guys religious?
No.
No, but you don't learn because you don't have our problems, so you don't know. I think you should learn more from our experience. The schools are protected.
I'm all about protecting our schools. Unfortunately, our government wants to spend money on other stupid stuff. So I think we should fortify every school. I really do. But we are not there yet.
We the parents, we give money. We gave for air conditioners. We put in air conditioners in the schools and computers. And if we see the government's not seeing to things, we get money.
You guys are better people. You guys are better people than we are. We're a bunch of barbarians, and we like to.
People.
We pay a lot of.
Just more experience.
We pay. Well, no, we're barbarians. Yeah. We got our guns, and And we don't really, like, if somebody came to you, Anna, and said, hey, you want to put, can you donate a little bit of money for a new air conditioner at the elementary school?
Hard pass, no thanks.
Exactly. So we're just not as good of people as you guys are. You guys have a far better sense of community than we do, and we're just a bunch of, white trash Americans that,
Hey, speak for yourself.
How do you explain that you're the most powerful country in the world? You must have done something right.
Well,
it's really green. Yeah,
I mean, listen, sweetie, I'm on your page. You don't got to get up in my face and everything.
I'm on something right.
I love her. I love her. We need to Zoom. We need to call her more often. You know what I'm saying? I really like. We could. You know what? We could call her and she could give us our report card from over there. Be like, hey, what are you guys hearing about us? Well, you need to fortify your schools. You're a bunch of barbarians.
Stop eating so many goddamn fast food hamburgers.
Exactly. And maybe be a little more community involved and donate some money for that poor school that needs some help. You greedy bastards. You know. So
you're lucky you haven't had the experience that we've had, but we've learned the hard way. And if you want to learn the hard way, you say bevakasha, s'il vous plaît, But if you don't, if you want to learn from other places, so
see, we're getting soft as a country. We're getting soft. We really are. I mean, Dan, would you not agree that we are as a country the softest we've ever been?
Yeah, but when any other country has a problem, who's the first people they call? America.
I know,
because we're the only ones capable of bailing out every other country that gets in over their head.
But we need
because
to be there.
They're really the soft ones. So as soft as we are, we're still harder than all the other countries in the world.
Military-wise.
Everything-wise.
Right.
You're still a bigger state in the world. That's what I'm saying. Hey, guys, you did something right. Tell us, what did you do?
and we could start with helping you guys out now, couldn't we? Huh?
Yes, exactly.
Well, listen, maybe in a week, maybe we can call you guys next week or some other, or updates, get some updates live on the air with you guys, because we are very interested. We're very interested in what's happening over there from your perspective, and we know our news is giving us, the newsy part of it, but you guys are actually living this experience, this nightmare, if you will.
Nightmare to the human, how do you say, race? The human race. It's a nightmare.
Right.
It's a Satan. It's the evil, the worst evil you can think of. I mean, you say we're getting soft. We are soft. It's evilness that we don't realize that really exists.
I feel like I'm watching an Austin Powers movie. It's Dr. Evil.
Exactly.
So, Jack and
Elle.
Jack and Elle. Maybe we can call you guys up in a week or something. Whatever time works for you. What time?
Yes.
Would you guys usually be at work, at school at this time?
We could talk to.
We can find the time. Yes, we'll find the time.
Okay. All right, guys.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you so much, and I
You're welcome. Thank you for talking to us. Hopefully, it will help everybody to benefit together.
We hope, and more importantly, let's hope that this ends, quickly, and we can speak to you in a week or so, and you guys are safe. And Phil and Jack, just know that if I could, I'd send you a gun if I could. I would. A nice one, like an AR-15 assault rifle. I'd send you a badass gun.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'll go to the border and look for these guys, right? And
at least have a.
From Bubba. Listen from Bubba.
Put a Bubba arm. I wonder, Anna, can we ship them T-shirts if we send them Bubba Army T-shirts?
Sure,
do they have an address?
I'm sure they have an address.
There's an address.
All right.
I'm sure they have an address.
Can you guys get your address to Anna, and we'll send you some of our swag and memorabilia stuff, kind of.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right, guys. Hey, we really we're thinking about you. Most importantly, thinking about your safety, and let's hope that you guys are well, so that we can speak to you soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you both for making time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Wow. What a interesting perspective.
Yeah.
In the fact that they kind of are relying on us a little bit.
Well,
it
they don't
seems like they are.
See, it's.
Or they got them scared of Iran, whereas they feel they can take care of the Palestinians and Hamas. Their military, they're more worried about the instability of other countries and how they may get involved. They don't have enough resources to do all that, but they got enough to handle the business at hand.
Right. They can do their fight. They just want us to stand around to make sure no one jumps in. That's, I think, what they need, because they're more than capable of handling what they got going on, but they want us to form a perimeter around it so no one else jumps in. That's I think what the real need is. No one's asking us to bomb the Gaza Strip. They just want us to be there so that Iran, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and all these other players don't just jump in randomly. But there's another thing too.
And we got to quit. We're
Okay,
way
we'll go to
behind.
break. We'll come back with it.
Well, you
Don't forget it.
Hold on, we can come back with Dan's deep thoughts.
Yeah, I have a deep thought.
Don't forget it.
Don't forget it, Dan. Write it down.
I
Scratch
won't.
it down in your
I
doctor
won't.
writing.
I don't need to. I got
Dan's
this one
deep
in the head.
thoughts coming up next. All right.
Bubba, you're hot.
Bubba-isms are the best thing in the world, man.
It's fun. It's so much fun.
Bubba the Love Sponge. We love you, Bubba.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
I'll have the merch crick send them Bubba Army shirts.
I will. Yeah, I'll ask them. Thank you.
Bubba, I sent you a thing that Jesse Waters yesterday about the protest about Israel. You were asking and how Harvard's coming out against Israel.
They're pro-Palestine. A couple of those Ivy League schools, right?
Yeah. It's a little bit like he goes back and forth.
Did you see when he had Johnny?
That's his part.
That's the part.
That's one of the parts.
That one woman.
Yeah, no. For America first, you're American.
Right, but you're American, so.
Yeah, it's in the beginning part of this.
Embedded in there's craziness.
So is our position politically where the liberal are more likely to back the Palestinians and the conservatives are more likely to be with Israel?
Yes, and it's the squad, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party that's pro-Palestine, anti-Israel.
AOC,
Wow.
And the one from Michigan.
Rashid Tlaib and the other one, the bald woman, what's her name?
Isn't that going to cause a little bit of political split in the party?
Yes, but they've been like that for.
But when you hear them supporting this, that's nuts sounding.
Why are they rounding up these swans for and putting them in cages? That seems cruel.
I think it's in Lakeland. Yeah, it's in Lakeland.
I know, but like.
I think they round them up, they tag them, they make sure they're all healthy and everything, and then they come back out.
All right, so this is.
It's technically.
They're not doing nothing.
No, they're not killing them.
Yeah, you can't kill a swan. No. I think it's illegal to kill a swan.
Well, I think they have a shit ton in Lakeland.
I know, but I think it's actually illegal to kill. They're a protected species.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that.
I mean, if you're out in the back 40 and you see a big fucking hog, you can shoot that any day you want. But you can't shoot a fucking swan.
No, it's just like the other bird, the sand cranes.
Yeah.
Bald eagle.
Oh yeah, bald eagle.
No, I would never
be shooting bald eagles.
Man, if you shoot a bald eagle, I think you can go to prison.
You can. Used to be at least.
I think you said
Is it death?
I don't know if it's death, but it's definitely severe.
That'd be a little stiff. Guy shoots a bald eagle by accident because he was trying to shoot that whatever beside him, and he gets a bald eagle. Watch this motherfucker round this up. Look at this. Look.
So the first offense usually is about $5,000 and a year in prison.
A year.
Well,
that's a felony, is what they're saying. 5,000 and up to a year. Or a year minimum, or up to a year.
But watch this. I mean, what's Channel 13 regulating down there? They're actually showing live footage of this guy trying to fucking.
I think it's the most disturbing thing.
A swan.
Like, why would
you leave him alone? Why would you let the bird?
They round him up to check on him.
That seems kind of cruel.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
break a feather, break a beak, break a finger.
It's the 43rd annual, Dr. Dan.
Look, like this swan here, he ain't having it.
They'll bite your ass too.
Yeah, they're not real pleasant creatures.
Man, Jen Epstein, did she get some new tits or something?
I hope so.
They are jacked up.
Damn.
Morning, Brett. Morning, Jay. How you doing? How are you?
Not too bad.
I'm so sick of seeing these images of people being tortured on television. It's so fucking hardcore. I can't stand
Yeah,
it.
they're really milking that as much as they can.
But Dan and I were just looking at the difference between like CNN and
All the B-roll
Fox.
from the war zone.
Yeah, but CNN's all red backdrops.
Yeah, I know.
They just keep showing the clip of the people being tortured over and over and over.
Yeah, that's not a great look. People, I mean, it's kind of sick, but people do like seeing it.
I understand. Yeah, I know it's weird.
There's a select group of people who turn on the news just to see it.
Yeah. I'm sure CNN's loving the ratings.
Yeah. Watch time, all that stuff.
Dan, you see there's a couple more strikes? There was like a Mack truck worker strike, and there was like a healthcare worker strike, and there's like all these other strikes that are happening all over the nation.
In our country.
You're this little wiener dog.
Like, look behind you, UAW. Still.
Cute little wiener.
How many children died in the Maui fires? Did that count?
It was really weird because remember it was like it's gonna be 1,000 people, and then they're like, oh, it was 87. You remember that?
Yeah. That's no more than 87.
No, but remember they're like it could be up to over
Where, Maui?
1,100, and then all of a sudden a week later it was like, oh, it's 87. It's like,
Maui?
yeah, I was like, what the?
That's the total amount?
87, I think.
That's
Remember?
terrible, but I mean, it's not like 1,000.
No, but remember
they
they
were
were
like
like-
saying there was 800 missing
That's
children.
what I'm
You know, it's
saying.
like, it was-
And then all of a sudden they're like, it's 87. I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there?
I heard that's bullshit. It was over 100 at one point. That's down to
Well, you
80.
saw the people that were in
Something
the
like
water.
that.
I don't believe 87. That's not enough.
I'll look it up. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think that may be correct with the reporting, but it seems shockingly low compared to what I witnessed with my eyeballs.
Time to scratch that itch, is it? Listening will give you no health benefits, but all the carcinogenic after effects.
Stop looking while you're ahead for a change.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know if this is going to become an ongoing series or not. He's already narcissistic enough. Not that he needs a privately another
His own segment.
his own segment, his own
signature
his
segment.
own signature, Jerry Springer final thought moment. Yeah, exactly.
Deep thoughts.
DDT.
Dr.
Hold on.
Diaco Esquire.
No. DDT. Everything has to have an acronym or deep. No, hold on. I wrote that
Dan's
down.
Deep Thoughts?
Yeah, Dan's Deep Thoughts. DDT. We could get a positioning statement, be like, and now it's time for Dan's Deep Thoughts with Dan Diaco, Esquire. Dan, take it away. Dan.
I thought it was very interesting that the conservative sectarian, which means kind of religious-based elements which control the government, represent a minority of the people. Now, if I think of biblically, and let's go back to the Bible for a minute, because
some royalty-free, real sappy-ass Dan's Deep Thoughts music.
I can hear it in my head.
Yeah.
So if we go back to the Bible and we look at biblical history of Israel, now is a period where it's been I realized this now as I was listening to this interview, that the majority of Israelis are not very religious.
No.
And so if you look at the Bible and the rises and falls of Israel over the last 3,000 years, every time the Israeli people, the God's chosen people, the Jews, have lost their way in their religious vigor, loyalty to God, and priority of religion over secular issues, it seems that Israel has been destroyed. And so we are at this point again in time where the majority of the people living in Israel don't give two rats' ass about being religious Jews. And it seems that if you go back to the last 3,000 years, every time this has happened, it has spelled problems for Israel. So I wonder if things would be different if the Israelis were more observant religiously. And no one's going to like that opinion. No one's going to like that. It's going to. But if you look at the Bible and biblical history, that's exactly what has happened over the last 3,000 years.
But they are less religious. The average person in Israel is less religious than they were. And just like our country, I mean, we just had an article.
And that may be ruining our country because when religion is destroyed, totalitarianism expands.
When you have no faith in something bigger than your government, you're going to rely on your government.
Your government is God.
But then you could also say, well, Iran was doing not well, but better with the Shah when it was a more secular state.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, the Ayatollah comes in, Khomeini or whatever his name is, and turns the country into like an extremist hotbed of jihad.
The extreme on either side doesn't work.
But that's
extreme
religion
or extreme secularism, neither
But you
one
say
of them work.
extreme, but they take the Quran like for its word, literally.
Right.
You know, so I mean, they're the ones who are the quote most religious. The people who are extremists are the ones that live and die by their book, whether it be the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. So, I don't know.
I think globally,
a lot of wars have been fought over religion.
I think globally, everybody's becoming. I think globally, the generations of humans are becoming less religious.
In the Western world,
globally.
yes.
That's
yes.
correct.
In the Western world, absolutely.
I mean, certainly, if we look in our microcosm, of just our country, we're less religious.
No doubt.
By huge measures,
yes,
less religious, and we're in shambles right now. And not that I'm big on religion at all, because I'm not. But I mean, we're circling the drain right now.
Those who are religious tend to be morally better people.
Well, also
because
happier.
even
I wouldn't say that.
They are morally better people because they fear the repercussions of an afterlife or lack of afterlife if they don't
and
behave.
they're willing
all
to
those
fly
Catholic little
buildings
boys?
or fly planes into buildings for God, right? For
Or rape,
Allah.
or rape little boys.
Or rape little boys.
I mean, let's not get into all that nonsense.
But again, that's organization.
you're
That's as
using-
bad as the government. When that, you know.
But that's religion, though. The statement was made that religion causes people to act more morally, and I don't necessarily
Absolutely
think
does.
that's necessarily
Absolutely
the
does.
case.
Absolutely does.
Well, and I
And
think
you
it's
can say
faith
to
versus
them,
no
it's their
faith.
morals. It's their morals.
Right,
In their
so they're
mind, they're
morally-
being morals in their mind. And so if there's no religion, there are no morals because there's no entity that you're trying to protect yourself from being judged by. And so if you're just worried about getting in trouble and having a jail sentence, so for instance, in America, you take an American that's living in Detroit. If there's no religion, all he's got to do is worry about the cop. And if the cop ain't going to do nothing, because if you steal something less than $1,000, the cops aren't going to get involved. Or if you beat up someone on the street, the cops aren't going to do anything. And if you get arrested, you're going to be released in a couple days with no bail. Then there's no ramifications. You don't have to worry about going to hell.
And that's where
you
we
don't have to
are.
about going to jail.
Hold on, and
so
Tell
then you
that
don't care
to
about anybody but yourself.
5,000 Catholic
Hold on now.
priests.
And most of our urban metropolitans have that type of leadership mindset.
Correct.
That's the policy that their mayors are giving their police chiefs that trickles on down the line based on, the enforcement of said law. Well, that's what's happening in Detroit, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Minneapolis, New Orleans, Atlanta.
I don't necessarily think that's because of lack of God. That's because of lack of law.
Well, it's because of lack of nuclear family. It's because of lack of responsibility. It's because of lack of a chilling effect. The law has two purposes. One is to punish the individual. The other is to have a chilling effect on the community.
Or
if you
deterrent.
don't prosecute, exactly, a deterrent is another word for what I call chilling effect.
Right.
You want to deter other criminals from doing this type of behavior.
But like what Dr. Dan's saying though too is like when you grow up in a religious where stealing is bad,
right,
and you're worried about God over your shoulder that you can't see but he's always watching, you start thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't steal because God's watching me right now.
Right, even if I can get away with it, there's no chance of me getting arrested. The guy in the front is in the back in the bathroom. I'm in this store all by myself. I can take this stick of bubble gum and I'll never, ever, ever get caught. But it's wrong, and I know it's wrong because I was taught that it was wrong.
But how can you look at Hamas? They're religious. You can look at Iran.
But let's take
Iran. They're religious.
And you know what?
And they're acting morally.
And you know what, though? But if you go to those places, if you go to Iran, you'll see people stealing from other people in Iran. They are moral to each other. They are like the other religions, but within themselves, in their communities, there's not a lot of theft.
Yeah, because if they get caught stealing, they'll get their hands chopped off. You want to live in a society where that's the case? We're getting your hands chopped off?
That's not. But you're taking the extreme levels of religion. No, we're not.
No, we're not. I'm talking about the average.
I'm saying right now.
Oh, now it's average.
I'm saying right now. Let's take religion out of it, and let's do it even for its lack of parenting.
Just talk a nuclear family, Bubba.
That's fine.
Without a dad at home, these kids go do the same argument Danny said. If I'm in a convenience store and I can, steal a bunch of cigarettes and not have to worry about my dad kicking my ass when I get home, and I don't have to worry about the fear of going to hell, and I don't have to worry about the fear of going to jail. I'm doing whatever the hell I want.
Right.
My dad was over my head my whole life. I had a little bubble of my father floating over my head of what I could get away with and what I could not get away with.
When we were growing up, we had two issues. One, the issue that we caused, and two, the issue that we had when our father found out.
That was a big deal, right?
Right. You know, now they only have one issue, whether they can get away with it or not, because their dads are not present, or their dads are a bunch of woke ass snowflakes and aren't going to beat their ass when they get caught stealing a stick of bubble gum.
Right.
Whereas there's one set of dads that are going to beat you're going to get in trouble because, you know, the community that you live in is governed by maybe a Grady Judd. Okay. That's your sheriff, Grady Judd, and Bubba Clem's your dad. So Grady Judd's going to get you, and your dad's going to whip, and your dad's going to whip your ass too.
I think what's happening is that we often conflate these two issues where, you know, and they do hang together, where in more religious households you seem to have more of a nuclear family, the more traditional values. But I think that those two things can be separated. Like Jay was saying, like, it is about a nuclear family, let's just say in the United States.
Yes.
Absent fathers is a huge problem where, you know, you don't have to come home and dad's going to whip your ass when you did something wrong or you got a bad grade or whatever the case may be. But I don't think that necessarily needs to be one and the same with you have to have religion in order to have law and not a chaotic environment.
Yeah. I think my dad didn't believe in God and he whipped all kinds of ass.
Right. I think you can have a secular nuclear family. And if you look at, there's tons of statistics about the success rate of children that come from a nuclear family versus the success of children that come from a single family household. And it's so, you know, as a parent, it's just easy to see why. It takes two. It's a full-time job. It's more than 24/7. These kids don't stop. And if you don't have someone that you can rely on, it's very easy to say, oh, I'm sure they're going to be fine. I'm not going to worry about that.
I'm going to let Call of Duty educate them.
Right. They got, I need an hour to myself. I need wine time. I need whatever time.
I'm going to let Fortnite, you know, I'm not going to be actively involved. I'm not going to say.
iPad.
It's not going to say, hey, I need to see your phone right now.
No.
I need to see your iPad. I need to see you're talking to. I need
Give
to
your
see
4-year-old your iPad parent. And then, you know, next thing you know, you got a kid that's, you know, spent way too much on digital media that has no ability to interact with human beings, and the next thing you know, you got a gun, you know, a school shooter.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to say, well, look at every nuclear family, or not every, but most nuclear families have God somewhere present in the home. So you go, well, God is keeping these people in line. It's like, no, I think it's the parents and the nuclear family that's keeping these kids in line.
But you see how Israel has spun us into a bunch of barbarians, and they really tore up over the school shooting. Meanwhile,
but it's like
they still want our help. They still want our help. They love to criticize until they need our help.
Right.
So that's number one. That's a little bit irritating, but that's not the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is if you have two groups of people, and one is answering to God, and the other one is answering to their military leader, the ones answering to God are going to win.
Why are those the only
Because they're fighting
options?
for God.
Damn, they're both trying to fight for God right now.
No, they're not.
That's
the whole
honest
point. That's the whole point. They're not.
I know, but
They're
Dan,
not,
they believe
Jay.
they are.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You misunderstood what the interview is saying.
Alex G, 75.
There are the majority of the people. Don't stop talking over me for a second, Jay.
My Lord.
DDT is in motion.
He just said it clearly, Jay. The majority of the people in Israel are not religious.
I'm talking the other side,
They're not
Danny.
fighting for God.
No,
Right.
I'm talking the other side.
They believe in God.
Hamas
Yes,
is fighting for God, Dan. And
Yes.
if I use your argument, then that means they're going to win.
They're not gonna
Wrong
stop.
argument.
They're not going to stop.
Okay? So
DDT
you're just
shut
going to
down.
throw your
It's the
DDT
right
argument right on its head.
It's the right argument, Jay.
No, you're
because
not.
the people fighting for God win.
DDT just said that those who are fighting for God win.
Yes.
Israel, okay, you're saying Israel's secular.
Right.
Okay.
Which is why they're
what's
losing.
Hezbollah? Religious.
Right.
And they believe they're doing it for God. So if I
Right.
use your logic, then
Right.
Hezbollah's going to win.
They're going to win.
No, they're
Unless
not.
they kill all of them, they're
Danny,
going to win because
Dan, you can't even say those
Jay,
things. Yeah,
I
listen,
can't say that one because they're fighting for religion, and they're going to fight. They're going to fight
Wow.
to the last breath.
No,
Whereas the
Dan.
Israelis are not.
What Elle said is the right way to approach it. You sound like a barbarian.
No, I don't. I'm
Yes,
just
you do.
telling
She
people
said
that
you
fight
let the
for
women
God win
Dan.
more than the people that fight for their government.
Dan.
I'm just talking. Look at the last 20,000 years.
I think the sentiment isn't. Here's the thing: like most people in Israel, I would say, are secular, but they still believe in God. they're fighting for Zionism, for the right to exist, for a Jewish state to exist, and I think that that's just as powerful. And like Jay was saying, like the people in the interview were saying, you know, they're not going to kill women and children indiscriminately. They're going to try to avoid that collateral damage, but they will fight to the end because they know that there's no other homeland for Jews on the planet.
I also think what Dan was trying to say is, if you look at in history, like the Middle East, where you can never defeat the Middle East, is what they say, is because they will fight to the death because they believe it is their promised land. Look at Germany. Once they flip-flopped the government, everyone kind of fled. If you look at the Middle East, one reason why we can't defeat the Middle East, as they say, is because it's their homeland, it's their religion, every single thing, it's their life. You can never defeat because they think that they have to, it's for the betterment of their people and their religion and their God.
It's hard to beat their God. And so when you have a one side fighting for what they believe is God and one side fighting for what they believe is
the right to exist,
their president or their right to exist, the ones fighting for God at the end of the whole thing will be the ones left standing. And so it's just
I agree with Anna here. I think that you can be secular and still believe be faith-filled.
I think that Camp R. Scott has got it. He's the one that has it the most right, and that is you can't fight evil with evil. That's like saying you're going to fight a Hogan sex tape by making a John Cena sex tape.
You the man, Bubba.
I'm all about Bubba the Love Sponge.
Non-stop. Just love you, Bubba. Keep it going.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Well, those are some new ones, Lummy. I think I need to write a check for Woody right now.
There you go. Get them up. Yeah, I think maybe I'm wrong, but you're saying endangered religion, but just
leave it to them to interpret what Dad's saying.
That's why they won't let a government come in and take over. They're always going to fight the government,
always,
no matter what. Look at Iraq. Their religion. It wasn't that there was the belief in, you know, I have my religion here, and I'm not going to I'm going to fight to the death for it.
Right.
Where a government can come in, and some people will just be like, all right, well, it's a new government, we'll let it go. Like the Sunnis in the whatever the other one is in Iraq, that they just, you know, they split. They refuse to go under that kind of rule.
But like Nazi Germany, they became secular. They relied upon the government, and then they just did whatever the government said. Kill all the Jews. Okay, great. So that's the same thing that's happening in Palestine. The government and the people and the religion all say, let's eradicate the Jews. And so I understand what Danny's saying. The only difference is Elle is saying the way to do it, which is let the women and the children out. And then, as she said it, Dan, you have to eradicate Hezbollah.
But the women and the children aren't going to.
They're not going to eradicate them.
They're not going to go out.
Problem too, by the way.
They're not going anywhere. And Jane, as soon as you kill the Hamas dad, when his son grows up in 15 years, he's going to come back and try to kill you in revenge.
But they're not going to kill. You can't kill children.
Well, I understand that, but you'll never accomplish what they're trying to accomplish because a generation later, the kids that were spared because of their religious fervor will continue to fight. They'll never win unless they get rid of all of them.
I was going to say,
but you can't get rid of all of them in today's.
Well, I understand that.
In today's world, you can't get rid of all of them.
And what Elle's point was, Bubba, which makes complete sense, is we got to be tempered in how we do this because we have Lebanon to the north, we have Iran who's going to be around us, we have all these other countries that are going to fuck with us if we go too hard.
I know.
Be very, very careful.
I mean, you look at how Israel's situated. I mean, it's right in the middle of like
surrounded by
worst enemies.
Yes.
Not just don't like them, but don't think that they have the right to exist.
Right. That's like what I'm saying. You don't have to be religious to say, I have a right to exist. There's a lot of secular Israelis.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of the secular Israelis maybe don't like kind of like how I don't know you are.
I'm a Catholic. I'm not super Catholic.
Yeah, you don't go to like church every Sunday and stuff. Like they probably do like high holy days and stuff like that, but they're not super religious. Like they don't have the and the hats and everything.
Right, they're not aesthetic.
But they all believe that Israel, like the patriotism there is so fucking
Patriotism is as strong as religion sometimes, and we lack patriotism here.
Yeah, but think about how it was during 9/11, where people were like, they weren't going to fight the bad guys for God. They were fighting for
our country.
America.
Almost is in one of those spots again too, because right before 9/11, our country was super divided, and then 9/11 happened, and everyone was like, "Yeah, pro-USA." Everyone had a flag, and now we're so divided again that if something happens, we will unite. We always do unite against an enemy.
There's so many self-hating Americans that seems unreal. But
like this interview right here, the Jesse Waters one, where Johnny goes in and talks to the pro-Palestine people.
No,
it'll blow your mind.
I saw some of
He interviews a little woman
in
who's
New
like,
York City.
"What about America first?" No, but aren't you American? Yes. She's been saying how proud she is of the Palestine.
Is she white lady?
She's a Palestinian American who's pro-Palestine. And so
They call it New York City
the Nazis
because
were saying, "Oh, I need to keep
yeah,
Nazis
I saw
going."
there's a lot of.
For the children of a Palestinian,
I saw
the
the video
Hamas
from
guy.
Australia.
That's the difference. That's what Jay just
It was fucking
was trying
shocking
to
because like they had
overtalk
like
past
a
and not
protest
recognize.
right on the Sydney Opera House.
Them too.
Yeah, but the
Fuck about
Palestinian
America.
people were able to like burn the Israeli flag, and then there's one guy that comes out with an Israeli flag and he gets like arrested, like detained, out. But they let the other stuff persist, and they're like yelling like "Yes, the Jews!"
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm like, whoa, shit.
That's exactly what they're doing in New York. That same kind of
Yeah,
rhetoric.
yeah.
Hey, look. If you watch Facebook, it actually he tries to use captions, and it's funny to watch.
Oh, the closed captions.
Look.
Fuck
Right
you,
now it has closed
bitch.
captions for us.
Fuck you, bitch.
What? Fuck you, Anna, you bitch. What?
We set up all his house.
Fuck you. Fuck. Cunt. Sucker.
Anna is a bitch.
Words, Anna, you can't say.
We discovered it.
Anna is a bitch. A dirty
Fucking
bitch.
motherfucking
And they treat us
dickhole.
like we're the biggest pieces of shit.
What?
I don't know. I'm trying to just think of whatever.
Right,
Big
and
fucking like the
What were the 7 original words? So fuck shit, help
Harry
me, piss
Bush.
ass.
Cunt fucker.
But
In
now the words have changed.
booty hole ass fuck.
Look.
That's funny.
That could be a segment.
Yeah.
I don't watch his closed caption.
What if I just started like yelling racial slurs?
No.
It'll look worse in writing.
I'm gonna monitor Facebook to see what it looks like when we're on the air and how close they get to.
Someone said, Douglas Marcus Nerd said, in 1952, the president of Egypt, Nasser, said there will never be peace in Israel because when the Jews left, they were black, and when they returned, they were white.
What?
The president of Egypt in
I get the black
1952 said that.
Is it because they all came from Europe and they?
Spraying the ball like and stealing your radio innocence.
How do you feel about frontal male nudity?
Don't worry, he won't be gentled. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Just that positioning statement in itself, Lummy, I don't know if people know how to take us. Full male front nudity, barbaric, he won't be gentle. Are you into ball licking? That's what we like. That's our positioning statement. No wonder people are scared of us. Are you into ball licking? Full male frontal nudity, and he won't be gentle about it. The Bubba the Love Sponge. Like, what kind of show is that? Right?
Yeah.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. Superbeat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support your healthy blood pressure, and they promote heart-healthy energy as well. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Superbeats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. 30,000 5-star reviews and counting. Superbeat is the #1 pharmacy-recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure support that you can count and trust on. And you can double your potential now with Super Beet Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews and 15% off your first order by simply going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code BUBBA.
Promo code BUBBA. That's GET, Get Super Beets, BEETS, getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code BUBBA.
Promo code BUBBA. Love Super Beets. Just got a renewal from them. And thank you, Bubba Army, for going to getsuperbeets.com and using the promo code because obviously a lot of you have been doing it. They re-upped. So thank you very much. Well, this discussion, this whole Israel thing, and having Elle and Jack on the air, and kind of getting a person that's living in where this is happening's perspective. I think that they're kind of really relying on us a lot.
Yep.
And we, as a country, are divided in what type of support we provide. I mean, we're fighting in our country about this matter as we speak. Are we not? Mm-hmm. I mean, as much as they're fighting to try to stay alive and fighting a huge terroristic, unorganized, ISIS type threat, we're fighting about how much help we give them. I mean, right? And at the end of the day, is there going to be a leader that makes a decision on that? I mean, is the House split? Is the Congress split? I mean, I know what our president said.
The Democratic Party split.
They're a full-on ally, though. So, and we, most of their guns and their planes and a lot of their military equipment is American.
We created the Iron Dome.
We helped all of it, and so we are very interested in their safety because, from a strategic standpoint, we need Israel to be an American ally in the middle of the Middle East.
And stable.
And the only ally we have there.
It's only democracy in the Middle East.
Exactly.
But we also need them. But Dan, we need them stable, and they're very unstable right now, right?
Yes.
I mean,
right.
But Anna may be too young to remember this. You remember during the Iraqi War Desert Storm, Saddam Hussein was just lobbing those Scud missiles into
Kuwait?
Into Israel.
Into Israel.
And we created the Iron Dome with the Patriot missiles, and they were literally just pulling tractors over to the edge of the border and lobbying these Scud missiles in. And we were protecting Israel because that was their leverage point against the United States is we're going to attack Israel. And we protected them, and they couldn't do it. So right now they're still using that same Iron Dome, a more sophisticated version of it, but it's allowing some things. It's not 100%. Some of these missiles are going to get through.
They got about 60% actually is all they got over the last weekend. 60%.
Like Jay and Dan were saying, there was a lot of crossover with Americans helping out with Israeli technology because when I was in Denver, I was actually having welcome drinks talking about whatever. Asked this guy what he did. He worked for Raytheon and he goes to Israel like 5 times a year to help them with this technology, all this software.
Well, I bet you wore his ear out.
Oh my God. I was talking to him for like an hour and a half, just bombarding him with questions.
Who is this girl?
No, he seemed to like it. I hope.
It's like, man, I got a Raytheon groupie here. Wow, I don't get too many of them.
I'm a nerd working for Raytheon. Where's your tinfoil hat?
How many Raytheon groupies are out there?
Yeah,
world.
My poor friend Leilani came up to me. She's like, "Want to do a shot?" I'm like, "Not now." Like,
no,
I literally
I got a live one on the hook here, man. I got a guy that's really deep down on my conspiracy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sumo, maybe Sumo sums it up best. Just a normal dude from Indiana who's got guns. Just a regular dude. He goes, a guy can fight. This is Sumo's opinion. A guy can fight for God or a government. I fight when I'm pissed off, and when I'm scared, I get killed. When I'm pissed off, I don't quit. So that's kind of an interesting perspective. It is very in the fact that if you do get scared, then you're going to get killed or you're going to lose. If you're pissed and you have a cause to fight for, then you don't quit. If you're pissed.
And there's a difference now. If you're fighting for the government and you die, you just die. If you're fighting for God and you die, you go to paradise. That's the difference. They don't have the fear because the people that are fighting for their God, whatever that God may be, feels like they are going to be rewarded for their death in trying to advance the goals of their God.
And they're actually...
That's why they're not scared.
Well,
that's why they fight to the death.
Iran is also paying the families as martyrs. The people that die, the families are literally given money by the Iranian government for the martyrism. And so they know I've got no chance of any kind of real economic survival in the Gaza Strip. But if I go over and kill some infidels, my family's going to be taken care of forever. and I'm going to paradise.
But desperation only leads to so much bravery,
Yeah, when you
whereas
got
religious
people-
fervor leads to bigger and better and more sustained bravery.
When you have people that will strap bombs in themselves and blow themselves up just for like the religion,
for God,
you know you're screwed.
The Japanese were doing that for Japan, the kamikaze pilots and stuff like that.
And we sat there and
They
screwed
weren't
around
doing
with
for that
it.
for Buddha.
And we sat there and screwed around with them for I don't know how long until we finally just blew them the hell up, right?
And the Nazis did it for the government, not for a religion.
And at the end of the day, man, that was the Japanese were they are as passionate about their country as
it was all about honor. They would kill themselves if they dishonored their family, and that had anything to do with religion. It was all about for Japan.
We fought the conventional war, slow fought it, battle after battle after battle.
Well, we're giving money to China to fight for us, and look where that led us.
Well, but hold on. The only thing that ended it was a very catastrophic thing.
Yep.
And two of them at that. That might be what happens
Pearl
here.
Harbor.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about Nagasaki and
Oh, yeah,
Hiroshima.
but I'm saying that Pearl Harbor's
Otherwise,
what did it
Japan
for
was
us.
not going to quit. They weren't
No,
going to quit.
no, they were not going to quit.
They were not going to quit.
We said the war's over. They said,
Yeah,
Hamas
the
is not going to quit.
Yeah, but the Bushido in Japan, the Bushido was like a religion to them. It was for 250 years.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So it was like their
That's
religion.
who we're fighting. We're fighting the Japanese.
It wasn't just their country. It's how they were brought up.
Israel was fighting equivalent to what we did in the Japanese. And here's the deal: they were not going to quit until we absolutely had a catastrophic thing that they were very afraid of that can obliviate the entire humanity. Boom. And until we did that, they weren't going to quit.
And that kind of supports Dan's argument, but at the same time, mine. You can't do that now. Back then, we were the only people that had nuclear arms, and so you can't just decimate somebody and take them off the face of the earth so that they and all future generations of their being know what's going to happen. That's never going to happen again.
Because here's the thing: you have to look at the Jews, especially the Jews that live in Israel. It's not just a religion. Like, they consider themselves to be like an ethnicity, a race of people. So even if they're not technically like super religious, they're fighting for their people to exist, to have the right to exist. Because if Israel goes away, where will the Jews go? And if you look at like protests that are happening in New York City and in Sydney, Australia, I mean, I hate to say this, but like anti-Semitism is alive and well.
Right.
Like, I don't know if you heard some of the things they were chanting in Sydney yesterday at the Opera House, but it was like, gas the Jews, F the Jews, F Israel. Like, people around the world hate. There were protests.
Pro-Palestine demonstrators
Australia?
in Australia.
They're Palestinians, majority of them.
I understand that, but there's pockets of anti-Semitism everywhere because there's Palestinians everywhere. I know that's not the general consensus,
there's
but it
pockets
doesn't
of
need
something
to be a general
everywhere.
consensus
I think,
for things to
Anna, you
happen.
keep using some extreme examples to represent the majority
So do you.
and not the minority. No, I'm talking about the majority. The majority of a religious population will fight for God stronger than the majority of a non-religious population fighting for a government's purpose. Period. That's what I was saying from the beginning. I still stand by that comment.
All right, I don't know. Let's see what.
Jesse Waters? He went out and was talking about like the Palestinian protesters in New York and stuff.
Massacred Israeli civilians, raped women, took hostages. Protesters here in America cheered them on.
Thank you all for being here, for raising your voices to celebrate the glorious victory of the resistance.
Oh my God. Like, that's really disturbing.
Listen to the next one.
Some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters.
Like you?
We sent Johnny into the Palestinian protest movement to get a glimpse.
Now, will you get your ass kicked if you go in there and say, you know what, you guys are wrong. You guys are a bunch of woke ass bitches. Like, you guys are wrong. Like,
there were a lot of physical confrontations in opposing protests over the last 3 days.
But to Johnny right here, I give this guy what credit for going in there. Where'd you see this?
What's going on here today?
Protest in solidarity with the resistance attack on the settler colony that is Israel.
We didn't have no freedom at all. That's why Hamas, did that. You know what I mean?
Hamas, whether you like them or not, has been warning Israel to oppress our people. Will respond.
And how do you feel about that?
I'm happy that my people are responding and they're fighting back.
What is your reaction to the music festival this weekend where a lot of innocent people were killed?
We don't want innocent people to die, but it happens. It's war.
I don't condone that. I don't condone violence. I don't condone rape.
But that's what's happening over there.
I know. It is what it is,
These festival goers
It is what it is.
Listen to this one.
are not innocent civilians. They are settlers.
So they deserved it?
Yes. Every settler. Yes.
Oh my God.
She keeps calling.
Yeah, she's an idiot.
The Israelis over there are calling you guys terrorists.
I'm not surprised. They are the terrorists.
That's bull.
And so now, hold on. We're fighting over here about that situation over there.
Right.
Right?
Yes, but
I mean, that's just. Do we just want to fight on everything?
But if we want to talk about like who was there first, the Jews were in Israel and in Jerusalem before the Muslim religion even existed. So for them to say it's been theirs from the beginning is wrong, because objectively and historically it
And
has
factually.
been, and factually the Jews were there first. So I don't know if these Jews are the same as the old Jews, but the Jews were there before the Muslims were even Muslims.
Right, before the
So
Muslim
it's
was
their-
even an
it's-
organized
so if you want to go
religion.
back, like who was originally there, it was the Jews.
Yeah,
We're not terrorists, man.
Hey, hold on. That's our new show. It was the Jews. Everything
depends
came to the
in
answer.
response to what.
Well, we'll
Yeah,
throw
exactly.
we'll throw softballs like
Only
who
good
is-
questions.
Lummy, who is the best and the smartest?
Bubba.
Stockholm.
Oh man.
Who is the Jews, Lummy?
Who's the Jews?
What do you think the game we're playing is called?
Who is the Jews?
So the answers, all answers are.
Who is the Jews?
So my answer to my question would have been.
Who is the Jews?
Dumbass.
Who started COVID?
Who is the Chinese?
It's been a long time coming.
There goes another sad participant.
You people are monsters.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
That would have been a wrong time to say that. RFK.
Hey, Bubba, how
How many years has been like Robert Kennedy?
I'll see you.
All right, take care.
Bye, Danny.
My dad just
Have a
said-
good day at the office. Be good to people.
My dad just texted me, goes, that was so cool. Right after the interview, they had to go to the bomb shelter.
For real?
Yeah. It's the fucking real deal over there.
That's what I'm saying. We're worried about, that we don't have a detour on the way home today.
Right.
And these motherfuckers are worried about real problems.
I'm like
I said, there's so much, we're so soft. Like right now, if you had to be in a bomb, you'd be crying. You would be.
oh, there's far less that would make me cry, Bubba.
Right. Like if you were literally in a bomb shelter right now, you would be crying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Al and Jack, they're just hanging out right now.
Playing Uno.
Playing Uno.
That's a big deal.
We're just protecting our own land. That's it. There is nothing wrong with that term.
There's nothing wrong with that what?
I don't know.
Oh, she's a fucking idiot. That lady. She's bad.
Show us your face, bitch.
Be an Israeli. There cannot be an ethno supremacist state. So what does Joe Biden need to do? Joe Biden.
Okay. Yeah, we're kind of on the same page there.
No, supremacist state. So what does Joe Biden need to do? Joe Biden.
See, so that's where they're fucked up, is because you normally these people would be leaning left. You know what I'm saying?
But the left always sides with like quote the underdog.
But what I'm saying is like that when you have people that are supposedly supposed to be left saying fuck Joe Biden.
Well, it's because he came out in solidarity with
No,
Israel.
I know why they're saying that,
Oh,
but
okay.
I mean that you're now splintering your party based on like your party hates you now.
Well, I don't know. I would say there's a lot of lefties that are understanding about support for Israel, but the loud ones are the crazies.
Jay, Jay, would you know this chick is a fucking moron?
Oh my God, the worst.
Show us your face, bitch.
That's exactly right.
Where are you from?
Yeah. He's like, what about America first? He's like, no. And he's like, are you American? Yeah. It's the dumbest thing. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's sad.
were wearing masks for COVID and their religion.
They're wearing it for anonymity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you saw where I was coming from.
Of course I did. And Danny is just, sometimes he's so set on his position that he doesn't realize the logic he just used flies in the face of what he's saying. Because if what he's saying is true, then Hamas is going to win. Because they're doing it for religion. You know what I mean? It's like they're doing it for their. That's not what he's saying.
Jay, he's saying you'll never defeat them.
No, I understand
never defeat
that.
the religious purpose. You'll never defeat.
Leave it to Lummy to speak, Dan. I know what he's saying, Dan. I know what he's saying, Lummy.
ISIS came in. No, but I'm just saying that's what he was.
Because you can't kill an ideology.
Right. That's the way to say it. That's the
Because you can fight as hard as you want, but if someone nukes the shit out of you, like it's game over.
Yeah, but the ideology's still there.
I understand, and then it bubbles up. There's a vacuum. I get it.
Yeah.
Like,
wow, you speak Dan better than he does, Lummy. Look at you. You are always number one to come to Dan's rescue.
Never had anyone compliment me and then giving them the bird.
That was a compliment.
You were right on it, but I love Dan.
No. He. I know what he was doing. That wasn't a compliment. I'm his Ed McMahon or whatever you called me.
Morning, everybody. Grouper Lips. Unity. 17. Holy
all my
Oak
biggest
Joe.
fucking fans.
What up, everybody?
Unity loves me. Tam Terry loves me.
I am a junior, JJ.
Fucking, where's that little fucking piece of shit?
You know what's weird is that
AOC?
How they kind of went back.
The B show, what's her name?
Well, the way they're saying is like they're trying to call for a ceasefire, yet they've never done that in Ukraine. So that Israel doesn't have a right to defend itself.
Right.
It's like as soon as it happens.
Insane.
Isn't it crazy what she said? First time.
Ilhan Omar was saying that.
Both of them did.
Yeah.
But then they kind of come out.
Polished, finished,
All
right, big boy.
Ready to go in the U.S. If we interfere like then they're gonna fuck with us.
They said that they have sleeper cells here.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. I didn't hear that, but you said you did.
Well, their spokesperson.
Like they're coming in, they're like pretending they're from fucking Guatemala or something.
Yeah, they said they've got people
I
in
don't
all
doubt
the big
it.
cities and to stay
I don't
away from
fucking
big
doubt
cities.
it.
I don't either. It's 5.5 million people in the last 3 years. You think maybe 20 people got through? Maybe 100?
My name is Juan.
Juan Valdez. My name is Juan.
Akbar. My name is
Juan
Juan.
Akbar Valdez.
I think they said that they have acknowledged there was like what 250 people from the terrorist watch list.
Oh, it was this year, I think, right?
Yeah. Well, but
I got a deep thought with Bubba. How
I like that.
Shit.
BDT.
Yeah.
But the U.S. intervenes directly, all U.S. positions in the region will become.
What else do you know, you old man? I was thinking about Lollapalooza. I was at Lollapalooza. It's twisted out of my mind. I couldn't imagine. This was after an all-nighter. These people have been raving.
I know, it was 6
happened.
a.m.
They're holding. I mean, can you imagine?
I was gonna say they were probably.
I'm like, I've been there.
Yeah.
I can be like, look at the hang glider, man.
Could you imagine?
You might be thinking you're tripping so hard that maybe. Right, I mean, I'm tripping.
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain. Taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, what a Lummy. It's probably the slowest day I can remember in a long time.
Yeah, we just had Alex G 75 on the Venmo and Fish on J 30 on the Cash App.
Some overnight or after hours trading. Trey Bill yesterday with 50, and then the Valpo's very own John Costica, the number one Lummy giver.
Thank you.
Of fiscal 23, I think, so far. John Costica, $100 yesterday on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Lummy, the religious / Israel / Palestinian / live from Tel Aviv show is not a big moneymaker, Lummy, at all. Let's just note to self, Lummy, we are a business trying to make money. Yeah. And we're trying to give the people what they want, and I don't know if they like this or not.
We should throw a couple funny stories in there.
Yeah, we should maybe. But this is
shocking.
It's shocking because we now are fighting amongst ourselves about what's happening over there. We can't even get united in how we're going to potentially help or not help a recognized ally of our country. Shouldn't it be just an absolute no-brainer that you're an ally, and the reason why you're an ally is when that country gets in trouble, the reason you're called an ally is because you're there to help. Right?
Send support. You don't necessarily have to send people.
Well,
I understand not wanting to send American soldiers over there.
That goes right hand in hand with my Bubba's deep thoughts on how we can handle this.
Yes.
Obviously we are torn. This is New York City. This is continuing the Jesse Waters segment. We're obviously very, very torn here.
So what does Joe Biden need to do?
Joe Biden.
Okay.
Joe.
I like that. That's a good point.
Joe Biden making it worse. America first. America first.
See, even this crazy Palestinian dude, the one thing I like about this guy is he's like, America, let's worry about our here.
Bubba, look at the guy behind him, though. When he heard that. He's not
he
too
looks
happy.
not.
Well, I'm not saying.
No, he's
I'm not saying this guy made it home. Okay. I'm not saying
that guy made it home.
I'm not saying that the guy on your screen right now necessarily safely returned home last night.
What?
Israel first. I spoke to a guy before this, and he said America first. You weren't happy with that. Why?
Israel would not exist without America.
So now we get blamed for that?
Listen.
You dumb bitch.
No America first for you.
No.
Are you an American?
Yes.
And you don't want to put America first?
No.
Wow.
Right?
Wow. Regardless of your political affiliation.
Right.
Regardless, take that and throw it out. If you're an American and you don't say American first, what in the hell is your problem?
Also, as a human being, can't we all agree that rape and murder of children and elderly and women
is wrong.
Unacceptable?
Yeah.
They're celebrating it, saying they took a few hipsters. No, they didn't. They murdered 260 people, and they took probably 50 to 100 kids that were probably tripping out of their minds after an all-nighter.
They're killing grandma and posting it on her Facebook page.
Right, as she drives on her little scooter. It's unbelievable.
Like Jay,
these are not human beings the way these are treating people.
Like Jay said, in his younger years, he might have been that dude at a music festival at 6 a.m. that might have been tripping balls back in the day.
I've been to a lot of Lollapaloozas.
And he's looking at 6 a.m. and here comes these, paragliders. You're like, whoa, dude, I think I'm really
part of the show,
whoa, man. They didn't say this was going to be the paragliders are going to come in and do some cool stuff.
I mean, think about how innocent these kids were.
They're shooting at us all of a sudden.
And that's what she's saying. These are not so innocent, these people. These are occupiers. No, they're not. These were children. These were 20 to 30-year-old kids that were out there raging at a rave. And ironically, it was a rave for peace.
Hold on.
They targeted the rave for peace.
So the way Bubba's deep thoughts consist of this.
Okay.
The way we fix this, and like Anna said, maybe we shouldn't send American soldiers over there. Maybe
I understand not wanting to send U.S. soldiers.
Exactly. There's an argument to people saying, well, no, we don't send U.S. soldiers over there. And there's an argument to people saying, yes, we do. And there's an argument saying we, give them more military presence and put the planes in there. Here's what we do. We can solve two issues with one issue.
Here we go.
And that is, we have an immigration problem too, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Right.
Okay. So listen, all men over 18, free pass into America, but you got to go over to Israel and help fight first. And after that, then you can come back here and we'll let you in.
I don't think Israel wants those people fighting us.
There's some badasses. They're pretty, they can walk up to 1,000 miles to get to where they need to go.
Yeah.
I mean, for real.
But they're not very fast and not very tall.
But they're resilient as hell. They really are. And you give them the right training and the right equipment, man, and they will, and knowing that they get to go back to, Dallas when they get home, if they win this deal.
Well, and some might be Hamas now. So
what's that?
Some might be Hamas. Some might be the terrorists coming through the border.
Oh, so you're saying is that what Hamas is that what they're saying? Is that they're going to start sending it through our very porous southern territories?
No, they already said that they're here.
They're here.
They've already gone.
They kind of already came out and said if we kind of help Israel that they're going to start doing attacks.
Go ahead and start attacking here. We'll see how that lasts out for you. Okay, we're the most armed country in the world as far as the private citizens.
Right. Remember 9/11?
Yeah. So go ahead. 9/11 only happened via an aircraft. Nobody got it. There was nobody's ever going to successfully invade our country.
You got to be careful.
I'm just saying. You may have a couple little sleeper cells that take out.
They're not getting Florida. That's for sure.
Listen, Hamas. You may have 8, 9, 10 guys in the back of a pickup truck and do some damage. Yeah, and we may take some casualties. But bitch, I'll tell you right now, we are so heavily armed that every Tom, Dick, and Harry who's got an AR-15 or what? I mean, you know how many guns?
They're going to stay away from Polk County.
There's no doubt. Stay away from Grady Johnson County.
I think they strategically pick states that have
Chicago.
Yeah, go L.A. County, go to San
And
Francisco.
ironically, those are the people that support
Detroit.
him the most.
Right, you're right. So go and blast those people, the ones that support you the very much.
The very much.
That support you the heaviest.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I thought I had it.
After radical jihadists massacred Israeli civilians.
Did I fast forward it? All right, hurry.
No, you started
Similar
back over.
chatter
Right there.
from American politicians, the Squad. Even after this terrorist invasion, the Squad is calling Israel an apartheid state.
Right.
And made it seem like Israel had it coming. Rashida Tlaib says as long as our country provides billions in unconditional funding to support the apartheid government, this heartbreaking cycle of violence will continue. Cori Bush says we must do our part to stop this violence and trauma by ending U.S. government support for Israeli military occupation and apartheid. Both AOC and Omar say Israel shouldn't respond to the terror attack that killed hundreds of civilians.
Don't respond. Just sit there and take it?
Yeah, apparently.
They want a ceasefire. Dozens of student organizations at Harvard University
it's unreal.
are saying Israel deserved this. Students
For real?
at Columbia University say Hamas was justified because Israel is a colonizer. And it's not just Congress and the Ivy League who sympathize with terrorists. MSNBC has been accused of letting Hamas write their scripts.
What?
I love this network, but I've got to ask, who is writing the scripts? Hamas? The people who did this, they are not fighters, Jonathan. They are not militants, and I'm looking right at the camera. They are terrorists. Please stop calling this a retaliation. This is a defensive measure against an organization that is committed to one thing: killing Jews.
Elizabeth Pipko is the founder of Lest People Forget Project.
What's up, Shorty Shiz?
Elizabeth, how do we get this radicalism from Gaza?
How do I get you a little bit more of your cleavage action going on?
Comes all the way here to Manhattan.
Yeah, I have to tell you, Jesse, it has taken over. I am truly traumatized by what I watched this weekend, what we all watched unfold in Israel. But the impact, honestly, that the Israelis in this response have had might have even hit me harder. These terrorists were filming themselves, literally kidnapping Holocaust survivors in wheelchairs. They filmed themselves burning women alive and raping and murdering people who they then paraded through the streets. I was, again, traumatized by this footage, but expecting a very different response. And what I got shocked me to my core. I can tell you the craziest part of all of this is, as a Jew, and I'm sure I'm not alone here, I have sat and I've wondered to myself what my friends, my teachers, or my neighbors may have done if they were alive in Germany in the 1940s. And unfortunately, today I have my answer.
Whoa, that's pretty powerful.
They just sit by and let
US
it go.
media.
Yeah.
Or rally it on.
MSNBC specifically, their postures always were trying to protect the downtrodden, protect the women and children. And then as women and children and the downtrodden are being slaughtered, their throats are slit, they're taken hostage, they're trying to both sides it. Why would they do that?
I have to be honest, the mental gymnastics that it takes to stand here and
Oh, I like that. Mental gymnastics. I'm going to use that one on Dan.
side with Hamas, a terrorist organization.
Dan, quit playing mental gymnastics with your brother now. Stop.
Like I said, that just paraded themselves through the streets with the bodies of women who they had raped and murdered. I cannot understand it. I'm telling you, I don't know where it comes from. And the fact that people who say that they align with liberalism seem to think that these people share values with them. These people who, by the way, Jesse, want to see Americans like you and me murdered, maybe a smidgen less than they want to see Israelis murdered. I cannot understand it, but our institutions have failed, our media has failed, our politicians have failed, and we ourselves as a society clearly have not learned from history and have failed.
Yeah, it's shockingly infested the greatest institutions of this nation, and I do not get it.
I mean, and he's right. I mean, like, this is a big crap storm for us, is it not?
Well, it's infiltrated the universities. It's infiltrated our government. It's infiltrated our military. You see it everywhere. That's what they're saying. Is it's everywhere. There's a strain of that anti-Americanism in everything.
So how does that affect, the political war that we're in, so to speak? It seems like it fragments the left to me.
I think for me, I don't know if this is accurate, but I think this makes Biden look worse than he did 2 weeks ago. He was doing terribly in the polls, and I think people have to look at this administration and say, am I better now than I was 3.5 years ago economically? Is the world a more stable place now than it was 3.5 years ago? How am I doing as a person? How are we doing as a country? No one who has an honest bone in their body can say we're a better place financially, economically, or internationally.
And hold on, and take your political affiliation and throw it away and just answer the question honestly, regardless of who our leader is. Are we safer? Are we financially better? Are we headed in a better direction? What was Biden's
Bidenomics?
No. Trump's was Make America Great Again. Yep. What was his again? He had some.
Biden was.
Build back better.
Biden's was. Can I stay awake?
I sent you that girl's Instagram too. You might like the plunge.
Oh, the
plunge.
The girl that
it was just on
that Jesse had on.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Lummox, Instagram, Willie, Elizabeth Pepco. Is that her name?
Yeah.
And now, that's nice.
She's pro-Israel.
Wow, she's pro-cleavage too.
She's Jewish, yeah.
She's pro-hot. I don't care what religion.
She's definitely like Russian or Ukrainian.
Yeah, Soviet Union.
Tell by her.
So
face.
if you answer the question honestly, even statistically.
I'd like to hear Gary.
Even statistically,
you know what I mean? Because Gary, when was the last time we had a president that didn't put us to war? Trump.
No, but hold on. So let's just armchair quarterback this, and there's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong answer.
Okay.
We see how our president is responding. He verbally said we stand behind Israel unequivocally. We will not waver. Boom. Took a heavy-handed position, and that's his position. I don't know if we're necessarily doing anything yet. I know we're not engaging yet.
We've sent equipment.
We have an aircraft carrier going over near there.
Aircraft carrier on the planet is there.
Gerald Ford.
So, so I understand.
Yeah.
But we're there. That's lip service. That's what we're doing.
Right.
We haven't really engaged yet, and there's not been there's not been a closure to this situation.
But Americans died too.
But how does the former president handle this situation? Trump.
Trump. I thought you said Biden.
If Trump's in office, what do you think Trump does under these same circumstances? And this is not any the right or wrong here. I just want to know what's your opinion on how he handles this?
Well,
not
do you
that
think
it's the right way.
Do you think he would have had that prisoner swap plus the $6 million?
There you go.
So then it's like, well, and
Probably
again, you can't say definitively that A led to B, but you could say, well, if we're doing business with a country that's backing an organization that's causing devastation and havoc onto one of our largest, our biggest and long-standing allies, especially in the Middle East. So you go, would that have even happened? Because Trump probably wouldn't have done that deal.
Nope.
Right. So if that deal doesn't get done, does this thing not necessarily happen?
You don't know. But it doesn't look good.
You can certainly speculate it.
Sure.
And then let's say that, without the prisoner swap and the $6 billion we released in dealing with Iran.
Well, don't forget also, he probably wouldn't have pulled out of the way Biden did with Afghanistan, which has a lot of weapons there.
I understand.
For that too.
I understand all that.
And he wouldn't have pulled out of the Iranian
or if he did, he would have blown
nuclear deal.
Yeah.
But let's say that nonetheless, first one of the day.
Yep, just one.
Let's say that he's in office. We don't do the prisoner exchange, we don't do the money release, but Hamas still does an act of terror and an act of war and is acting the way they are now. What do you think he does?
I think he sent some cruise missiles in.
Yeah, some drone. I think he does.
He did cruise missiles from the battleship that's sitting out there in the Gulf,
and I think strikes.
So not only are we present, but we're engaged
because Americans died. We have American hostages, and I think the count yesterday was
11
now.
And has anybody had an opportunity to speak to Trump about this? And what has he said?
It would have never happened under my watch.
Of course.
That's what he said?
100%. He said, I would have never given him the $6 billion. Let's talk about the $6 billion. And do you think that happened? And I mean, he's saying all the things we're saying, the common sense approach.
Here in Tel Aviv, following the unprecedented.
By the way, we just spoke to Elle and Jack from Tel Aviv.
Yes.
And Anna's dad has announced, Philip, that as soon as they got off of the air with us, they went to their bomb shelter.
What?
Yes.
Yeah,
They're
my
such
dad
stoic
said
people.
And
that
so
was
then-
cool. Right after the interview, they had to go to the bomb shelter.
And so my like back to what I was saying is that we as Americans are so much softer, and there's such a more resilient, hardened, grit of people over there that literally, if Anna right now, if we go, Anna,
what?
Come on, we have to get off the air
Where are
and
we
we
going?
have to our bomb shelter.
I don't want to go.
And then Anna will be like, no, I don't want. Like,
cold.
we're soft. I'm cold. I'm scared. What's going on? My phone's not working. I mean, these poor people. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go. Bye. And by the way, we're hearing bombs. We're hearing bombs in the next city over, and we got to go to the bomb shelter. Now, most Americans, us soft-ass, Wonder Bread softies, we would be all beside ourselves. But maybe we wouldn't have that situation, because I don't think anybody's ever going to bomb our country without not really paying for it.
Well.
So go ahead and launch a bomb onto us one time, and let's see what's happening. I don't care who the president is. We're going to absolutely make your country a Kiss concert.
So do you think right now we're a better country in the way those questions I asked? I mean, what would your answer is our country better off financially than it was?
Don't you want a president that says, I'm going to make their country a Kiss concert tomorrow?
Yeah.
Pyrotechnics.
Yeah, but in regards to the question you asked, Jay, I don't think we are.
No, we're not. We're whatever. We're so screwed.
But we don't have mean tweets.
Terror attack by Hamas
It's a
militants
kinder,
in
nicer
Israel.
place.
We got our president is. You know what? Our president is nicer. He's a nicer dude. He really is.
Essentially, what Trump said about the Israel attack from the weekend.
All right, let me get it here. This is what
when somebody says, "Hey, I got $1 million in my 401k," I say, "Great. How much of that is yours?"
None. I don't have any in my 401k. I don't got a 401k.
I'm the only candidate in the race who, according to the polls now, can beat Biden. I mean, it's hard to believe. Don't forget, the Democrats start with an advantage. I won't tell you what the advantage is, but different people automatically vote.
What the hell is he saying?
I don't know.
His comedic timing is unbelievable.
I don't think it's comedic timing. I think it's narcissism.
He's a funny man, Bubba. He's a very funny person.
Sort of locked into that vote.
Man, they got to put his makeup on better. Don't you think?
The way he enunciates words.
I know, but man, they got him too. They got him
all orange up.
Tan.
Yeah, they got him. They need to make him look more natural.
Yeah.
Different people vote, and they sort of are locked into that vote no matter how bad a guy is. If a man's grossly incompetent, he can't speak, he can't put two sentences together, he can't find his way off the stage. Let's see, there's a stair.
There's a stair.
I got there. I could jump off this one. I could actually do it. He couldn't. Or I could just head back the way you came, right?
It's fun. Come on, it's fun.
Hold on now. Even if you're like really like hardcore Democrat, you're like, look at this guy
This
up
guy's
here
funny as hell.
cutting promos on an existing guy. Just in the name of competition, I think it's funny.
Joe Rogan and some of the comics on his show sometimes talk about Trump and talk about his comedic timing. I'm not
So
just saying it.
funny.
Other
Amazing
comedians think he's hilarious.
Yeah, he's
The other
great.
day, he had 2 entrances, 2 exits, and he couldn't figure out how the hell do I get out of here.
I mean, and it's true too.
Can you play that again? Can you play that again?
Yeah, and he even had the little
eyes.
No, his little hands. Look at his little hands.
Yeah.
Look at his little hands. Watch.
Suddenly he couldn't figure out how the hell do I get out of here. And he just made a statement on Israel. It lasted for less than 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Which is better than usual when you think of it.
You know what? Keep piling indictments on this guy. Seriously.
And naturally, he didn't take any questions. He doesn't take. I take questions from everybody. I do a press conference in the Oval Office. I would have some hostile people that you almost wonder, why are you so angry? You know, we're doing a great job. We have the greatest economy ever. All of the things. But I watch him take it, and I watch him pick up. We're doing little notes today instead of, I like the freelance or this or the teleprompter. We like this better, right? I like this better. The teleprompters are wonderful, but we like this better. But you know, I watched the other day as he goes, Mr. He goes, Mr. Cindy. I said, is there a guy named Cindy around?
Hold on. This isn't campaigning. This is stand-up.
But it's not even. This is all off script.
I mean, this is like a Joe Rogan deadpan stand-up, is it not?
It is.
Yeah. I mean, for real.
Yeah. See. So guy gets up, gives a question, and he looks down. He starts reading the answer. They say, what the hell is going on? I never had that. When they're screaming questions at me and you got to answer the questions. No, he was reading the answer. But we've seen that a few times, haven't we? It's pretty amazing. It's pretty sad if you want to know the truth.
He's like Grandpa sitting on the couch. It's for just bitching and moaning, isn't he?
But the Republican primary, brand new Survey USA poll just came out. You saw that one, and that's rated A+. I don't know what that means. I think it means it's a good poll. A+ poll. We can't say that about a lot of them. And
guys, do your daughter a favor this year by getting her.
He's so funny.
That's the problem.
Yeah, he's doing a live presser now, and I guess they put that one in.
Declaration of war.
Hold on. So he's doing a live one. He's doing a live one right now.
Yeah.
Who Trump is?
Yeah.
Can we go to words and maybe get that piped up, Willie, if it's available?
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
All right.
You don't understand a word I'm saying, do you? Don't work yourself into a Mark Lather. Mark Lather.
Don't talk. You just make it worse. I don't want to cry and wet my pants.
It's not very becoming.
Where's that guy with the stick?
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
It's a YouTube. He always answers his own questions.
Okay. Only 10 minutes, which is pretty good. Better than usual, actually.
Better than normal.
He starts reading the answer.
Who do you share with the cream machine?
I never had that.
His timing is just the best.
Hey!
I love what he
Let him in there. I don't want to.
I'm just letting you
Park
know.
it late and get get the title.
Man, that was funnier than fuck.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because Biden's only
3
years
years older.
older than him.
Right.
Such a difference in cognitive
And
function.
watching how my dad went down so quickly, Joe Biden's going down. He's never going to get, you know what I mean? It's you go like this when you get old. You don't get better. You don't ever get better. You don't gain that muscle mass. And it's I'm just looking at him, his face, his legs, his stiffness. I mean, he's going down south quick.
Yeah.
He's not making it 4 years.
That was so
No
funny.
way.
The exit deal.
Yes, that's the
I
second
could
one.
jump off that one.
He did one a week ago or so where he's actually he walks he does his little thing. He's oh, I don't know which way to go.
I don't know which way to go.
Yeah.
So fucking funny, dude. That's what everyone says about him. Even the people that hate him, they're like, that motherfucker is funnier than hell.
When people are he's the worst human being in the world. He's a threat to democracy. I'm because he says mean things. I mean, that's
yeah.
By the way, a lot of groups, if you look at African American, they're at my level higher than anybody's ever had before.
It's true.
Hispanic American, we are going to probably win Hispanic American. By the way, if that happens, this election is over. The biggest thing on the election, because they're going to cheat, they're going to try like hell. Is we got to swamp them. Because there's a level at which, as bad as they are, they're crooked as you can be. But this is the perfect product for me.
So funny.
That's all off script. Every bit of that. You know what I mean? That's all off script. And as a lawyer, he'd be shitting, but he never says anything that really never says anything that hurts him.
Presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Not going to allow it.
I'd admire the grit. Motherfucker will not give up.
I don't know anyone else that would do this. I mean, if you guys just let me go, I'll take my name off the ballot. I mean, a lot of people would just say that.
No,
And the federal government would probably do that. We'll dismiss all the charges, take yourself off the ballot.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate
Motherfucker will not do that.
That's what they tried to do to Bubba.
It's always a little tough.
With fire Bubba and everything goes
I
away.
call Ivanka. Hello, Ivanka. Anybody ever hear of
Do you think if he said, I'll take my name off the ballot, all of his federal problems would go away, Bubba?
Yeah, absolutely.
I do too.
Today at 6 o'clock. I didn't want you to see it on the news. I just wanted it. I go back. I see our great First Lady. I say, First Lady. I go First Lady. Just kidding.
Turn it up a little bit, Bubs.
He calls her First
What?
Can you turn it up a little bit, Bubs?
What?
Can you turn it up a little bit?
She's great. She's so popular. People love her. The style, the beauty. The beauty, the style. You're not allowed to talk about beauty, so let's play that out. You say beauty, you immediately lose the election. But the style, the beauty, the whole package. But they love her. I say, darling, today at 5 o'clock I'll be indicted. And she actually said, again? Again? How many times? No, the only one that goes up in the polls every time I get indicted. You know, Al Capone, did anybody ever hear of Al Capone, the great gangster? He would kill you if he didn't like you at dinner. He would just, you'd be dead. You're gone. And he only got indicted once. I think I have a record for most indictments quickly. Considering I never had a problem in my whole life, it's like a record. Most indictments within a 15-minute period. All phony deals, too. How about the one in Georgia? How about that phony one? How about the one in New York? She values Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and she convinces the judge. Now, you don't know what Mar-a-Lago is, but you sort of do. So some people say it's worth 100 times that number. She values it at $18 million. And I said, there's something wrong here. And everybody said that. And it's probably could be $1 billion, $1.5 billion, could be more than that. So it could be 100 times that amount. These are crooked people. This is election interference. These are very dishonest people. And she has a judge who's a radical left judge, and and I don't get a jury. So even if I had a tough jury, I'd win. But I'm not allowed to have a jury. Nothing to do with checking a box. You know what that is? Oh, the lawyer. No, you can't check a box. There's no box to check. They did it under a Consumer Fraud Act. Can you believe this? Where I get everything right. Built this great company. And now they find out that the company's worth much more than the financial statement. And they found out I have what's called a disclaimer clause, a little complicated, but not too complicated. And there's no fraud. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. And they've been totally discredited. And it's a disgrace that a thing like that can go on. It's election interference. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. And if we don't win this election, our country is finished. I hate to tell you. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I will not let it happen.
Dude, fuck yeah, man. That guy is a boss.
Because I will never let them silence you.
Wow, it's pretty strong.
And in the end, and this is so true, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
That's brilliant the way he says that.
He always says that, yeah.
That's really smart.
Yeah, that hits well.
You are about to enter the Bubba Spin Zone. Are you sure you want to do this?
Toss the salad.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I think, I don't know if Lemmy's in here or not.
He's not.
He's dealing with Hootie. Hootie always.
No.
Hootie who?
Who's here?
No.
Sorry.
You know who I'm talking about. You're just trying to be dumb.
No, sorry.
So Hootie who, the great Bubba Army royalty, who purchased the cream machine and has reneged on paying for it, wants to return it now. So rather than well, first of all, he lost the key, so I found a backup key. And I gave it to him, and now so rather than to conveniently schedule a time that wouldn't be disruptive to the show, which he could very well do, he has to deliver it now and make a big fuss about it, and which pulls Lummy out of the studio to have to deal with it, which pulls him off the air, and just right down the same Hootie path. Mm-hmm. And it's just I get tired of it, Hootie. I get tired of your trying to work / just jokes. It's stupid.
Half hour later, 10:15.
Yeah, or make arrangements with after the show one day. At noon one particular day where you can drop it off and whatever. No, you pick right smack dab at the end of the program where I need Lummy the most, and so Lummy has to go deal with you so that you don't do something stupid, and that is pull the cream machine in, then try to get inside the building and try to get on the air and
hit you with paper towels.
Right.
What if you had one more live hotspot to do with Lummy on Super Beats? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You took him right out of the game.
He doesn't care.
That was what I did the best.
Anyway, Trump. We've been laughing at. And everybody's going to say, "Oh, you guys are a bunch of Trumpsters and all this kind of deal." Listen, pull
Whatever, dude.
Pull. Just this guy's funny.
It's funny.
He really is. He's funny, and I think I was going to ask Lummy the historian, but didn't I say early on, Anna, or whoever can maybe remember, the more indictments you put on this guy, the more you're going to assure that he wins the presidency.
Right. You did say that.
Early on.
Yes.
And now he's used these, and I think I'm right in the fact that now he's used it as part of his shtick / campaign deal, saying they're not trying to arrest me, they're trying to arrest you.
Brilliant.
They're not trying to silence me, they're trying to silence you. They're not trying to take rights away from me, they're trying to take it away from you. But I stand in the middle between you and them.
I stand in their way. Yeah.
I am fighting for you.
Right.
Yes.
And they've completely written his script for him and made him a really, really likable martyr. Really, for real. And all he has to do is use their very own rhetoric and statistics against them. That's all he's got to do. Well, I mean, they're in the stuff that they've, no pun intended, trumped up on him. I mean, I think I was talking to somebody that was much smarter than me that said, really, there's only out of the 149 or the 49 or the 86 or the 92 there's so many that we've become oblivious as to how many indictments there are. I heard there's really only maybe one that could potentially be an issue.
I think that's what Babyface said. Yeah.
And that's maybe not even an issue. Lummy, how did the exchange go? Was it exactly as I predicted? Him being difficult.
The cream machine's out front, Bubba.
Why are you laughing?
You're a little right, but it's there. He said it broke down like 300 feet away.
Of course.
Did he want in the building? Did he want to go on the air? Did he want to talk to me? Did he want to see me?
No,
Does he have the title?
No, he's going to bring it back by.
He didn't bring the title?
No.
Did he leave? Did he leave the truck here?
Yes, it's out front by the basketball court.
Is he gone?
I believe he just pulled out.
There's three things you need, Bubba.
I waited till they left.
A title, a key, and the truck, and he forgot two of them.
Yeah.
Come on.
God.
Oh, no, he has the key?
No, Bubba had to give him his backup key. He lost the key. I mean, it's like he's got just the truck, barely.
It's out front, though, Bubba.
Does it run? Or he said
we were able to pull it in when he jumped it. He was telling me about, he thinks when it was 300 feet away that all the spark plugs popped out.
Okay.
Because that happens all the time.
And then he got his guy that he was with to jump the truck, and then they pulled it in and backed it in. Nice guys. But he said that he thinks all the spark plugs flew out.
Right.
And it was only running on one cylinder. But when it cranked up, it sounded good.
Bubba, when I'm at the track, I always wonder if my spark plugs are going to pop out.
Right.
That's my big concern is as I'm going into turn 7, are my spark plugs going to pop out?
And you're going to do what the Corvette guy did. Right. Go right into the wall. Not because you overdrove the corner, because your spark plugs popped out.
That's correct, because that's what always happens.
Why did Jay hit the corner? Because it's not because he went in too fast and drove like an idiot. It's because his spark plugs popped out.
That's what it always is.
Come on now. You can't blame Jay's skills. It's the spark plugs. Damn it.
I mean, Hootie, come up with a real lie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the same one.
Don't forget the worst lie I've ever heard.
Don't forget the after show is exclusively on Twitch today. I don't know what Twitch's stance on this whole Israel Hamas deal is, but we're not gonna waver from ours, and I'm gonna talk about even further about the beheading of soldiers, and grandma got killed and
burned
alive, and we're not gonna show any of the footage, but we can certainly talk about it. And I don't know how any American couldn't be appalled by this. Take whatever political affiliation you have away, and just know that this is humanitarianly wrong. Right? Like, it's just wrong. It's not even it's not even the wars of. They're not even going by the rules of the
Geneva Convention rules of war.
The Warsaw Pact. They're not going by anything. We'll continue that on Twitch. Twitch.tv/the Bubba Army. It's Twitch Tuesdays. We'll see you about 10:20 over there. Thank you, Jay.
My pleasure.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummix.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.